the economy of the region. Imagine trying to keep or attract a company to bring their business to your town when you just lost your hospital. This cutback in the big, beautiful budget bill of the Trump administration of paying into Medicaid is exactly the wrong thing to do for my home state of Illinois and for most other states. We want to make sure that that doesn't happen. We want to stop this cutback in healthcare quality and availability across this country. That's what we're holding out for. It isn't some big, beautiful border wall. It's what American families have to pay for health insurance each month. You ought to see the numbers if we don't do anything. The so-called ACA tax credits means that there's a helping hand for families in income situations where they're eligible to pay for health insurance. The Republicans eliminated this helping hand, and now the premiums are going to go up. We've already received notice in Illinois of several insurance companies that have gone out of business. It's a problem, a real serious problem in terms of the cost of premiums for families. So that's what this is about. Bringing down the government is not a good policy by and large, but neither is cutting health care for 25 million Americans. So that's what we're bringing this issue together on. Can we have a sit down with Democrats and Republicans and reach an agreement? Yes, we can. We can start tonight. There's no reason why we shouldn't. So I hope that my friends on the other side of the aisle will understand that uninsured Americans and Americans with health insurance that they can't afford is serious hardship for working families. Mr. President, I hope my Republican colleagues will join us in a bipartisan conversation. It's long overdue. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise to discuss a vote that the Senate will take later this week on a block of executive nominations. The vote will likely come either tomorrow or possibly Friday, and there's a block of approximately 100 nominations that we will be considering. And I rise to talk about the nomination of one individual, Bill White, to be the United States ambassador to Belgium. I regret that we are taking up nominations in block. I think there are good reasons to reform the nominations process. I think we probably have to have Senate confirmation for too many people. But I didn't believe a few weeks ago in the Senate action that allowed people to be lumped together, because my view was that causes individuals who are in the block not to get the appropriate scrutiny that they should get. I viewed the action bluntly as a little less about advancing nominations as raising the risk of hiding nominations in large groups where individuals would not get appropriate scrutiny. And I believe that very strongly to be the case of Mr. White. Mr. White is President Trump's nominee to be ambassador to an important U.S. ally, Belgium, the headquarters of NATO. And Mr. White has done some good things in his life, and I don't dispute that. And I know he's been a strong supporter of President Trump, as are virtually all of the Trump appointees, many of whom I have voted for. I haven't done this calculation, but I probably have a track record of, on the Democratic side, of voting for as high a percentage of President Trump's nominees, both in term one and term two, as just about anyone, because I do believe, as a former governor, that your election does carry with it a mandate to be able to assemble a team of like-minded people. And even if I might disagree with you, President Trump was elected and should have the ability to assemble a team of like-minded people. But I do carefully scrutinize the character, judgment, and qualifications of the individuals who are put before us for important positions. And this nomination of this individual for this country at this time I view as so uniquely bad that I wanted to take the time to come to the floor and talk about why. And what I'm going to talk about is Mr. White's judgment, as evidenced by his social media postings. And I have a whole lot of examples I could use, but I'm going to just narrow it down to ones that I think are a true window into this individual's judgment and character, and demonstrates that he's not suitable to represent the United States in a critical ambassadorial position. On May 16, 2023, he tweeted out about one of our colleagues, Senator Graham of South Carolina. Graham is a snake. He's tweeted out many bad things about Democratic colleagues that I'm not going to post before you, but someone who says about Lindsey Graham that he is a snake is not demonstrating the judgment that you need to be an ambassador representing the United States in Belgium. Mr. White fell down the rabbit hole of election conspiracy in 2020 and has repeatedly tweeted and posted his belief that the 2020 election was not accurately called and that Donald Trump actually won rather than President Biden. Now, I think any intelligent person recognizes that as a conspiracy theory that most fourth graders wouldn't be gullible enough to fall for. But Mr. White has tweeted it over and over and over again, and he's gone beyond just asserting that Donald Trump won the election in 2020. He's actually gone much, much farther than that. In the run-up to the election of 2024, so this is now 4 years after the 2020 election, Mr. White was posting material, reposting material about Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, claiming that he had acted improperly in the 2020 election, locked Georgia's Secretary of State, and forgive me, this is a quote, "lock this mother effer up." That is what he is calling to happen to the Republican Secretary of State in Georgia. And this was recent. This is in August of 2024. This is not years and years and years ago. Mr. White went on to continue in this extreme rhetoric in the aftermath of President Trump's election in 2024. Within the days to follow, shortly after the election, he basically says Donald Trump won Georgia. That's referring to the 2024 election. And then it's high time now to legitimately prosecute the Georgia Secretary of State and Governor Kemp. The Republican governor of Georgia, Mr. White, is calling for them both to be prosecuted. And this was just at the time that Donald Trump won the 2024 election. Okay, Donald Trump has been elected president in 2024. Why are you still so focused on a campaign of retribution against Georgia Republicans that you are urging to be locked up and prosecuted? To be an ambassador, you need to have some judgment. You need to have some diplomacy. You'll deal with tough issues. Belgium is not a big country, but Belgium is a very important country. It's been a U.S. ally for a very long time, and it's the headquarters of NATO, which has huge importance in the world right now. And putting somebody into a position like this who puts out negative tweets about Lindsey Graham and who is encouraging Republican officials in Georgia to be prosecuted and locked up, I think those would be disqualifying in and of themselves. But as I was looking at this individual social media account, I came upon something else that a lot of people didn't notice because it seemed odd, but I did a little bit of research into it, and I want to focus on it. Mr. White, in May of 2024, months before President Trump's election, retweeted a post from an individual named Dries Van Langenhove with a video from this individual. And the video is a lengthy video where this individual, Dries Van Langenhove, says, "This Friday they may send me to prison for years, so this video is my last chance. They are trying to destroy me, but with your help we will destroy them. Free Dries." Among the other tweets calling a colleague a snake and calling for people to be locked up, this one seemed odd. Who's Dries Van Langenhove? Who's Dries Van Langenhove? Dries Van Langenhove is a convicted, Holocaust-denying, pro-violence anti-Semite in Belgium. And the tweet that Mr. White posted was his video the night before he was sentenced to a year in prison for inciting violence and denying the Holocaust. This is an article from Politico Europe in March of 2024, and it talks about Mr. Van Langenhove. Title, Belgium's far-right prodigy gets prison term for inciting violence. Dries Van Langenhove, a political activist and leader of a Flemish nationalist youth movement called Childen Vrienden, was convicted of inciting violence and denying the Holocaust, the Ghent Criminal Court ruled. He reveled in Nazi ideas that caused much suffering. He wants to undermine society, a judge said when announcing the ruling. Why would Mr. White, in March of 2024, even know who Dries Van Langenhove was? When I saw this, as I was researching this prior to the hearing in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I had no idea who Dries Van Langenhove was, and I wondered, why is Mr. White platforming this individual I know nothing about? And then as I read it, I find that he is a notorious violence-promoting, Holocaust-denying, anti-Semite criminal convict in Belgium. This is a big deal. The ADL says that of any nation in Europe, Belgium has seen the most spike in anti-Semitic behavior since October 7. Some of you might remember the attack, the Charlie Hebdo attack in Paris a couple years ago, pre-October 7. There was a similar attack on the same day in Belgium, an anti-Semitic attack. Belgians have been charged with crimes of vandalism and religious-based violence in attacks on the Holocaust Museum in both Belgium, Brussels, and Paris. And the Belgian government is really working hard to try to deal with this cancer of anti-Semitism in this nation. As far as I know, Mr. Langenhove is the only individual who has been successfully prosecuted in Belgium for Holocaust denying and inciting violence and reveling in pro-Nazi ideas. And the material that Bill White posted was Mr. Van Langenhove seeking support and donations to help him avoid accountability for his words and actions. Mr. White's work in the past might qualify him to serve in some capacities. I'm not saying there isn't a position, one that doesn't require diplomacy, where his skills might be necessary. But this particular appointment is an insult to Belgium, a nation that is trying to deal with a deep, deep challenge in anti-Semitism. For the United States to send as an ambassador to that nation someone who has platformed the far-right prodigy who's received a prison term for inciting anti-Semitic violence is a slap in the face of this important ally. I started by saying I'm worried that the fact that this nomination is being slid into the middle of a big block of nominations means it won't get the attention that it deserved. Traditionally, on a nomination like this, we might get 1 or 2 hours on the floor to focus on this particular individual. My colleague, Senator Merkley, as we were discussing the change that allowed block nominations, proposed an alternative where you could remove a name from the block if you wanted to actually have some ability to focus on it, and that effort was unsuccessful. But I want to raise this today. This is already getting press in Belgium. The hearing itself, where it came to light that Mr. White was platforming Dries Van Langenhove, is getting press in Belgium. It's getting press elsewhere in Europe, and it's being examined as to, well, wait, how does the U.S. feel about this country and this relationship? How does the U.S. feel about qualifications for diplomats if someone who is so intemperate in his speech, but also is platforming Belgian Holocaust deniers, gets the plum position to be our ambassador to Belgium. And so my hope, and in life I've often learned that high hopes is great and so is low expectations. And I will say in standing here today, I stand here with high hopes and low expectations. My hope is that some of my Republican colleagues might look at this and say, this is a bridge too far. This is too important a country, and anti-Semitism is too important an issue to send with the imprimatur of U.S. ambassador into this ally of the United States, somebody who is platforming and promoting an anti-Semitic, Holocaust-denying, convicted criminal. And that is my hope, that when we have this vote later in the week, we might decide that the United States can do better by our ally. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Virginia.
The absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks.
Mr. President,
The senator from Louisiana.
are we in a quorum?
We are.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, hurricane season ends November 30th, 2 months left to go. Last week marked the first anniversary of Hurricane Helene, and I see from reports that the area of North Carolina most affected is still terribly affected. It was such a severe storm that people in Louisiana went from Louisiana to help North Carolina and other states with their emergency operations on the ground. This weekend saw 2 Category 4 storms churning in the western Atlantic. Thankfully, they did not hit, or they do not appear they'll hit our coast. Still, the storms remind people in Louisiana and other states that flooding is not a matter of if, but rather when. Now, Democrats, as we know, are pushing us towards a government shutdown. What does that mean for the National Flood Insurance Program? Imagine you're about to close on a house in 2 days, and the bank requires you to have flood insurance. If you're in a special flood hazard area, by the way, over half of Louisiana is a special flood hazard area, and you're purchasing a house with help from a federally backed loan, you will not be closing on that house, nor will you be able to renew your existing policy. All because Democrats have rejected a clean, continuing resolution to keep the government open. Let me repeat. They are walking away from a bill that simply extends the existing budget for 7 weeks to allow further negotiation. Instead, they demand a highly partisan bill, which would add more than $1 trillion to our nation's debt. They want taxpayer-funded health care for illegal immigrants, transgender surgery for minors, and to cut $50 billion from the Rural Hospital Fund Republicans created as part of our Working Families Tax Cuts bill. Now, back to flood insurance, Americans are left wondering how a shutdown will affect it. While Democrats are writing checks to the far left, folks are wondering if they can close on their house. Now, I'll tell you what the American people care about. They want the government to do its job. They want disaster recovery when needed. They want flood insurance that works. They want rural hospitals to stay open. They want energy security and a balanced budget, not trillion-dollar add-ons that only serve a political agenda. Mr. President, the American people deserve accountability. They expect Congress to put their needs before partisan politics. If this shutdown happens, it means that the National Flood Insurance Program cannot renew policies. That's 500,000 people in Louisiana, millions across the country, unable to renew policies while we're still in hurricane season. It'll mean delays in disaster aid and emergency response coordination. It means uncertainty for families still recovering from Hurricane Helene and other past storms. Now, this is personal for folks in my state. If Democrats would stop trying to please the fringe of their party and start focusing on the real immediate needs of the American people, like keeping the government open, maintaining flood insurance, protecting access to rural health care, we can solve this today. So I ask my fellow senators who are Democrats, who are you working for? Are you working for the American families watching the weather, hoping the next storm doesn't wipe out everything they built? Are you working for veterans waiting on care, the seniors relying on Social Security checks, or the communities who count on rural hospitals in a crisis? Or are you working for political activists and special interest groups that have nothing to do with the lives of the people you were elected to serve? Mr. President, the path forward is simple. Pass a clean bill to keep the government open. Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion be entered separately into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, middle-class Americans are taking it on the chin. You ask anybody buying groceries, and you start talking about high grocery prices, their heads just start to nod. American farmers can't hire workers to pick their crop. Farm products are being tariffed. Beef and coffee prices are through the roof. For the first time ever seen since it's been tracked, ground beef is over $6 a pound, and it keeps rising. To put that in perspective, it was under $4 when President Trump left office in 2021. And people can't afford to live if you combine the cost of the things they absolutely need, their health care, their flood insurance, property and casualty or homeowners insurance, car insurance, mortgages, car payments. After that, they're sitting around an empty kitchen table worried as to whether there is enough left in their pocketbook to buy the groceries to feed their family. Now, with 67% of Americans saying they're living paycheck to paycheck, you can imagine how many empty kitchen tables there are. Last week, I got a message from a woman in my state who lives on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain. She told me this is the problem she's facing. She can't afford to live and to pay for her groceries. By the way, she's a teacher. Good job. Been for 26 years. But she can't afford to live and pay for groceries. The middle class is taking it on the chin. And a lot of Americans are in the same situation as she is. No matter how hard they work, no matter how many jobs they work, sometimes 2 or 3, they can't keep up. Now, since 2000, housing demand has grown more than housing supply. Roughly 46% of Americans let their credit card payments roll over month to month because they cannot afford to pay in full. That's almost 50% of people in the United States are not paying their credit card bills, and that's with 21% to 26% interest rates on that. Almost a quarter of Americans don't think they will ever pay off their credit card debt. And the hole keeps getting deeper. Now, Republicans are trying to address this. In the Working Families Tax Cuts bill, we increase wages by eliminating taxes on tips and taxes on overtime. Most seniors will not pay taxes on their Social Security payments. We increase the child tax credit. We incentivize companies to start building in the United States now instead of waiting for 10 years. We attract private investment into low-income communities by giving investors a tax break in exchange for developing economically distressed communities. Our goal is to create jobs, better paying jobs, as we spur this revitalization. We can increase affordable housing for families and workers by expanding and strengthening the low-income housing tax credit, which will help build more than 1.6 million affordable homes nationwide over the next decade. Again, we give tax incentives now for those better-paying manufacturing and construction jobs. We're working to decrease the high cost of health care with, if you will, programs to incentivize the education of more nurses, to lower the cost of prescription drugs, and to lower the cost of health insurance. We have proposed ways to lower the cost of the National Flood Insurance Program, which in my state is one thing that just saps from people's pocketbook. Now, the government shutdown will not help. It creates unnecessary worry, puts a strain on working families, veterans, and folks living on a fixed income. The American middle class has taken it on the chin. Republicans are working to give the American people hope instead of one more body blow. And with that, I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Well, Mr. President, it looks like we're going to have a shutdown. What does that tell us? I'll tell you what it tells me. It's simply that much more evidence that human evolution is a slow process. I thought humans had advanced more as a species, but apparently we haven't. What do I mean by a shutdown? Well, we can't keep government open without a budget. And tonight at midnight, our current budget expires unless we vote to maintain the status quo and continue the current budget as we negotiate a new one. Many of my Democratic friends say, well, what's the problem? The Republicans are in charge. The president's a Republican, and the Republicans have a majority in the Senate, and the Republicans have a majority in the House. What's the problem? They know what the problem is. We can't pass a budget. We can't keep government open just with Republican votes here in the Senate. We only have 53 Republicans. We need 7 Democrats to join with us. So for my Democratic colleagues to say, well, the Republicans are in charge and they don't need us, they know that's not accurate. And that's what's going on. Now, we've had a few shutdowns before, and every shutdown is different, but most shutdowns are a combination of both policy and politics in varying degrees. This shutdown, in terms of policy, makes absolutely no sense. None. What we have proposed to our Democratic colleagues and the minority leader, Senator Schumer, is to make no changes to the current budget. We just want to continue the current budget and keep government open until just before Thanksgiving to give us more time to negotiate a permanent budget. We did that many times when President Biden was president and when the Democrats had the majority. In fact, we did it 13 times. Not only have Republicans done it, but Democrats have routinely done it. But this time, the Democrats have said, no, 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 no. We want more. And you may be thinking, okay, that's reasonable. What do you want? Well, it's not reasonable. In effect, what the Democrats are saying to us is that we're going to close government unless you Republicans agree to make it bigger. We don't want the status quo. We want you to commit to spending $1.5 trillion more than you're spending now. And we, the Democrats are saying, are going to tell you how to spend it. First, they want us to repeal all of the Medicaid reforms that we did in the reconciliation bill. Some call it the One Big Beautiful Bill. The One Big Beautiful Bill would not reduce Medicaid. In fact, it would go up about 2% every year as a result of our bill. But it would say to people who are on Medicaid, who aren't eligible for Medicaid, that you're not going to get Medicaid anymore. Dual eligibles, people who sign up in Louisiana and Mississippi, that's fraud. Under our bill, they would be thrown off. The Democrats want them put back on. Under our changes in the One Big Beautiful Bill that the Democrats want us to reverse, you would have to satisfy certain income levels to be on Medicaid. The law says if you make too much money, you can't get Medicaid because Medicaid is for the poor. In my state, we have found people through audits making $120,000 a year on Medicaid. So our bill, which the Democrats want us to repeal after just passing it, would say to those people that if you don't meet the income limits, you can't get Medicaid. So that's the first demand of the Democrats. Take out all the reforms that we made to Medicaid in the reconciliation bill and throw them out the window. Number two, they want to extend the Obamacare subsidies. What does that mean? Well, first let me say Obamacare was a mistake, and we know that now. When President Obama passed Obamacare, we were told that our lives would be better. Our lives have been worse. We were told that it would make health insurance more accessible and more affordable. It's done neither. On the non-Medicaid part of Obamacare, we've got, 25 million Americans who are accessing it. And for the most part, about 90% of them are low-income Americans. But the rest are making huge sums of money. Some are making $160,000 a year getting Obamacare subsidized by taxpayers. And that's not the way it was supposed to be. How did we get here? Well, it's simple. During the pandemic, when people were being laid off or losing their jobs or couldn't work, President Biden rammed through a bill to enlarge the subsidies. He took the cap off the amount that you needed to earn in order to get Obamacare. And those subsidies at the end of this year are about to run out. Now, the Republicans have said, we'll sit down with our Democratic friends and talk about how to extend them, but we want to reform the program because it's not right that people making $125,000, $150,000, $250,000, $200,000 a year are getting their health insurance subsidized by the federal government. That's bone deep down to the mayor stupid. But the Democrats, Senator Schumer and his colleagues, have said, no, we will shut government down unless you agree automatically to extend these subsidies, which were passed during the pandemic, after the pandemic is over, permanently. And that's just some of my colleagues' demands. I mean, you need an Excel spreadsheet to be able to follow their demands. Their demands to keep government open, you stack them here, you could stand on them and paint the ceiling. And that's not much of an exaggeration. And when Senator Schumer announced these demands, that's when I knew. I knew it in a nanosecond. We're going to have a shutdown. Because my colleagues, my Democratic colleagues, are very smart people. And Senator Schumer is a smart person. And he knew when he announced these demands that I could tell he wasn't serious. He knew they were unserious. And he knew that neither the president nor the other members of Congress were going to accept them. And you know what? Many Democrats know they're unreasonable as well. So that's why I say the policy part of this makes absolutely no sense. And that's because this isn't about policy. This shutdown is about politics. Now, parties change, just like the human experience changes over time. Political parties change. My party's changing. So is the Democratic Party. And there is a wing of the Democratic Party, I call it the socialist wing. Some less charitable people call it the loon wing of the Democratic Party. And they are in charge right now. And the non-loon, non-socialist Democrats are scared to death of them. And this particular wing of the Democratic Party that's in the ascendancy, what do they believe? They try to out-weird each other all the time. They hate, if you listen to them, they hate Thomas Jefferson. They hate Abraham Lincoln. They hate George Washington. They hate Dr. Seuss. They hate Mr. Potato Head. They think our kids should be able to change genders back and forth at recess. Kids. And if it's their preference, should be able to undergo sex change operations while minors paid by you, the taxpayers. They believe that. They believe in open borders. They believe that if you support the law, which says you have to be vetted to come into our country, if you support the law, you're a racist. I think if you support the law, you're being prudent. But they believe in open borders. And my Democratic friends are about to elect a new mayor in New York City who is a member of the loon wing. He's a self-avowed socialist. He has said if the Prime Minister of Israel comes to New York City, he will have him arrested. But this is not the majority of Democrats that believe this. I don't think that for a second. And I know many of my Democratic colleagues here don't believe that. But the loon wing, the socialist wing, the angry Gary Busey wing of the Democratic Party is in ascendancy, and they've got a lot of power, enormous amount of power. And many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate are scared of them. And the loon wing is mad at many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate. They shouldn't be, but they are. And therefore, many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate are scared of the loon wing. And they want the loon wing to love them. The loon wing will never love them. They're better off doing the right thing, and they know what the right thing to do is. But that's why I say this is a political decision, and that's why we're going to shut government down. Now, once you shut government down, unless you're prepared to leave it shut down permanently, and maybe my Democratic colleagues are, but I don't think so. I still, maybe I'm naive, but I still think too many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate know better. Once you shut the government down, you got to get back open. How are they going to get it back open? We're not going to agree to their demands. $1.5 trillion. They know we're not going to agree to it. So how is my friend Senator Schumer going to get government back open? You know, there's a famous movie line. I don't remember the movie. I think Denzel Washington said the line. I love Denzel Washington. He's what cool looks like. The guy's awesome. He's a total baller, man. I love Denzel Washington. But anyway, I think he said in one movie, if you pray for rain, you better be prepared to deal with the mud. And truer words were never spoken. So if you want to shut down, I say to my Democratic friends, you better be prepared to deal with the mud. How are you going to get it back open? How are you going to get it back open? I wouldn't want to be in their shoes to have to make that decision. Let me just say a few words. Every time we do a shutdown, it scares the living daylights out of the American people, especially our elderly. It breaks my heart. All of us get phone calls from folks scared to death. They're not going to get their Social Security check, or they're not going to be able to see their doctor, and it just breaks my heart. So I want to give them a little bit of assurance. During the shutdown, the executive branch will be in charge, and the Trump administration is not going to do anything to hurt our elderly. I want to assure them of that. If you're receiving a Social Security check or Medicare or Medicaid or a veteran's disability, your checks are going to continue. We will make sure of that. Trump administration will make sure of that. Government may be shut down, but essential workers will still be there to make sure those checks are sent out. If you're hungry and you don't have the money to eat, we're not going to let you starve to death. The administration is going to continue payments. We call it, some people call it SNAP. I call it food stamps. And we will continue the payments for the women, infants, and children's program. Most of us refer that to WIC. You'll still get your mail. Don't worry about that. Postal Service will be working through the shutdown. If you depend for health care on your Veterans Administration and VA medical centers, they're going to remain open. So I don't want you to be scared about that. Now, you're going to notice an impact. Probably we've got 2.5 million federal employees. Probably 750,000 aren't going to be on the job. Under the law, they have to go home. So you will notice an impact. You'll notice it in our parks. You'll notice it in our museums here in Washington if you're visiting. You'll notice it in many of the federal agencies. That's the law. They can't come to work in a shutdown. Doesn't matter who initiates the shutdown. We still got a little time. It's midnight tonight, and we're going to be taking some votes here in a few minutes. Give our Democratic colleagues one last chance. One last chance to do the right thing. And I certainly hope they accept it. With that, Mr. President, Appreciate your patience, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Right now. Let's be clear about that because it underscores why addressing healthcare is so urgent. The reason we need to start this conversation right now is because people will receive letters in the mail with their new rates next month. In Idaho, open enrollment will begin October 15th. And we already know those rates are going to be much higher if Republicans insist on inaction. We already know millions of people are going to start losing their insurance. They'll be priced out if we don't get this dealt with soon. It is worth noting that according to the Kaiser Family Foundation, a quarter of our farmers and ranchers are enrolled through the healthcare marketplace. And nearly 1/2 of marketplace enrollees are small business owners, small business workers, or self-employed. Why do Republicans want to price farmers out of healthcare? Why don't they care about small businesses and their workers? I heard about one family in my home state of Washington who learned that if Republicans get their way on this, their health care premium could jump from $278 a month to as much as $1,800 a month. And they are far from alone in staring down a huge, huge health care increase if Republicans refuse to act now. Millions of families are going to see their health care costs jump by thousands of dollars. That, Mr. President, is why we have to act. That is why Democrats want to avoid. That's what we want to avoid. And we know we have to do this now. But still, Republican leadership has refused to start that conversation. Meanwhile, Democrats are at the table. We have ideas ready to go. Democrats put forward our proposal for funding the government, not as Republicans are pretending as a take it or leave it demand, but a proposal. One with several key issues we want to discuss with Republicans. We want to talk about how we stop Republicans' Medicaid cuts before our families get kicked off their health care and before Republicans' cuts shutter many of our rural hospitals. We want to talk about how we can stop Russ Vought from stealing money for cancer research. And we want to talk about how we save the healthcare tax credits that tens of millions depend on before those higher premiums kick in and get locked in, before families decide they just can't afford this coverage, in short, before it's too late. Because if Republicans insist on sitting on their hands, if they decide to wait until the last minute to finally work with us to save these credits, 1.5 million Americans will lose their health care. Again, that is if we do pass an extension at the last minute. If Republicans never get serious about this at all, it is going to be even worse. But even delay has a real cost here, one that is paid for by our families. So it's time for Republicans to get serious. Despite what Republicans are pretending, Democrats are not asking for the moon here. We are literally just insisting that Congress take action to address the looming health care crisis that they themselves caused. It is shocking that Republican leaders are digging in so deep against this now. If nothing changes, that is a pretty ominous sign. I hope, despite the completely partisan path Republicans are on right now, they will come to their senses and come to the table. Because I don't just want us to keep the government open with a deal brokered by both sides. I want to stop the enormous price increase that's about to hit our families. And I want us to ultimately get those full funding year bills that help people. I want those to get signed into law. So, Mr. President, here we are. And I have to say right now, what we see is Russ Vought trying to hold government workers hostage. Right now, we have House Republicans refusing to even come back here to DDC to do their jobs until next week. Right now, we have Senate Republicans replaying a failed vote. Look, if Republicans want to avoid a shutdown, like Democrats want to avoid a shutdown, then stop spending so much time saying you will sit down with us on health care later. Spend that time working with us right now. But if Republicans insist on writing a bill without any Democrats, they better pass it without Democrats too, because I'm a no. Democrats will continue to work to keep government open and to save your health care. I'm ready to keep the government open, as I said many times over the last several weeks, and I'm ready and I'm willing to stay at the table for as long as it takes. The question here remains, will Republican leadership get serious and negotiate? Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
They can shut down the government and subject the American people to all the problems that come with a shutdown, many of which, as I said, they've enumerated in the countless quotes they've made in the past. Or they can join Republicans to pass a clean, nonpartisan, short-term funding bill and keep the government's lights on. For the sake of the American people, Mr. President, I really hope they choose the latter. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Does the senator from New York want to enter into a conversation about this?
I want to make my point.
Go ahead and make your point.
Here's my point. On every one of these... I just wanted... On every one of these...
The Democratic leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if we can get an easel, bring it over, please. I thank the leader for letting me borrow his chart for a minute. So he's pointed to each of these bar graphs, percentage of Democratic senators who supported Biden and their CRSs. Yes, that's true. Guess why? In each case, Democrats negotiated with Republicans and said, let's have a bipartisan bill. The leader says it's a clean bill. It's a partisan bill. Not once were Democrats asked for what input should be in the bill. We were not told about it. We were not asked about it, etc. Nor did Speaker Johnson talk to Hakeem Jeffries. You cannot pass legislation in the Senate when it comes to appropriations unless it is bipartisan. So the leader will say it's clean. No, it's not clean because there was no discussion. Every one of these times I went to the Republican leader and said, what do you need? What do you want? And in many cases, we had to significantly change the bill. One of our bills had aid to Ukraine. The Republicans didn't want it. To avoid shutting down the government, we talked to them, negotiated, and took it out. But not once was there any bipartisan discussion or talk on this bill. We wanted to give our Republican colleagues a chance. That's why some of us back in March said, okay. But we saw what happened after that. We saw a decimation of health care in the BBB. So bad right now that 80% of Americans support renewing the tax credits of the ACA. We saw them use rescissions, pocket rescissions, impoundments to undo what was done in the legislative process. So the world has changed, but that one way it's changed, and there are several, and I'll get to those, one way it's changed is there was no discussion. And we asked to have meetings. Hakeem Jeffries and I asked the leader and the speaker to sit down with us as early as July. They didn't. The job of a leader is a bipartisan negotiation. And the appropriators, which you'll say are discussing things. But the two issues we care about, extending the ACA credits, broadly popular with the American people, so they don't want to talk about it, they want to change the subject, and ending these rescissions and impoundments, which would undo what we would do. The four appropriators, when they got down and discussed it, they said that should be for the four leaders to discuss. That's what Thune said. That's what Cole said, the Republican head of appropriations in the House. That's what Collins said. That's what Murray said. That's what DeLauro said. They did not discuss it with us at all. So to say the appropriations process is working is wrong. It's not working. It's not working because the leaders wouldn't discuss it with us, as we discussed with Republicans on every single one of these, what should be in the bill and add to the bill. Please.
So the senator from New York, the way that we've done it, and it's a different business model than the one he used, we actually have the Appropriations Committee sit down. And the date that they came up with, November 21st, was agreed upon by the House and Senate appropriators, Republican and Democrat.
Would the Speaker yield? Would the leader yield?
I will. And the Ukraine issue you're talking about wasn't a CR. That was an entirely different issue. So don't throw that into this mix.
It was not.
But
it was
what
not
we're
an
talking
entirely
about,
different
the
issue.
Democrat leader and his colleagues have the same leverage on November the 21st. This is a short-term CR. This is what we do all the time around here, as witnessed by the chart that you're just using there. 24 pages long, funds of government till November the 21st, at which time you have the same leverage then that you have right now, and we have until the end of the year to fix the ACA credit issue. And we're happy, as I said yesterday and have said on multiple occasions, to sit down with you to do that.
Thank you. Now, reclaiming my time.
Nice.
They did not agree to the bills that the leader is talking about because they said explicitly, Democrat and Republican, there are two issues they can't resolve: impoundments and rescissions, and ACA tax credits in health care. And they all agreed, the four of them, that they couldn't agree to a bill until the leaders discussed it with us. We asked the leaders to discuss it with us in July, in the middle of August, at the end of August, in September. They refused. And now he says, give us another 45 days. Well, frankly, the Republicans have had 45 days since March. 145 days, another 45 days, another 45 days. And in the room yesterday, Johnson said he doesn't want to do it at all. He doesn't want to have any compromise. So the time to do it is now. And the idea that we can do it till January, when we talked to the president yesterday, he didn't understand this. But I know that the leader does. On October 1st, in a day or two, millions of Americans, millions, are going to get notices that their insurance premiums will rise an average of $400 a month, $5,000 a year. A middle-class family can't afford that. We want to renew those credits, among other things in health care, but renew those credits so that people won't pay that horrible increase. You can debate health care all you want, but the overwhelming majority of Americans, Democrat, Independent, and even a good number of Republicans, want us to renew those credits. And the impoundment rescission, I mean, what does the leader think? That we should go along, come to an agreement, and then let them undo it unilaterally as they've done once and now have asked to do it more? No way. That's not how you deal with this, and we never had another president who did it. So I repeat, I love this chart. Democrats negotiated with Republicans. Democrats negotiated with Republicans. Democrats negotiated with Republicans, and on through the whole chart. Didn't happen this time. Leader Thune did not come once to me and say, is this bill acceptable? What do you want in the bill? So they call it clean. We call it extremely partisan. Not one discussion, House or Senate, between the two leaders. That is not how you negotiate. And that is not how you pass appropriation bills. And the Appropriations Committee is stalled by their own admission because the leader will not come and talk to us about it. Now, let me make a few other points. Republicans are heading us into a shutdown. We stand at the precipice of a government shutdown because Republicans are not serious about keeping the government open. If you want one glaring instance of that, Speaker Johnson sent his people home. They're home right now, even though the government will conclude at midnight. There's only one conclusion you can draw when the Speaker sends the House home: that he wants a shutdown. He doesn't want to negotiate. All they want to do is force us, try to bully us, and they're not going to succeed, into taking their partisan bill, take it or leave it. That is not how this place works. And that's why we're headed into a shutdown, because Republicans refuse to negotiate a bipartisan bill that deals with the health care needs of the American people, which they care about. Yesterday, Leader Jeffries and I went to the White House to meet with the president and Republican leaders about finding a way out of this impasse. It was a frank and candid discussion. It was long overdue. As I said, we'd asked for it for months. We asked the president to meet with us when Thune and Johnson wouldn't. He said yes. And according to all reports, Johnson and then Leader Thune, who just followed what Johnson wanted, said, don't do it, and the president withdrew. So on Friday, I called Leader Thune and said, let's have a meeting, and we did, but it's at the last minute. there's still a chance. It's only the president who can do this. We know he runs the show here. And he's got to say to our Republican colleagues, deal with this ACA issue so that people don't get $400 premium increases. Deal with this impoundment and rescission issue, which when we told him about it yesterday, he seemed not familiar with it, but now he knows. And we can solve this problem. But Johnson won't, Thune won't, and so the president is not going to be able to persuade them unless he tries at the last minute. That's the only hope here. Look, sitting in the room with the president, it was very clear that the president hadn't fully grasped the magnitude of the disaster he's causing when the government shuts down. As health care costs go up, as people lose their health care, rural hospitals are already closing. Speaker Johnson in the room said to me they're not, and I pointed out to him that Tim Kaine just informed us that 3 rural clinics in Virginia, Southwest Virginia, were closing. And the head of those clinics said it's because of the bills the Republicans passed. The so-called BBB, which we know is not beautiful. The American people know it's not beautiful. And so they know, our Republican colleagues know that the American people are fully behind us when it comes to lowering costs, but also when it comes to health care and making sure that those premiums don't go way up. And then I spoke to Speaker Johnson directly in the room. I told him because he can't debate health care, because he knows it's not, the American people are on the side of wanting these increases, even Republicans, I told him to stop making up stories, that too many Republicans are lying through their teeth. They say, oh, the Democrats want undocumented immigrants to get health care, to get the federal dollars of health care. That is utter bull, and they know it. The law prohibits undocumented immigrants from getting payments from Medicare, Medicaid, or the ACA. There's no money, not a penny, of federal dollars that are going there. So why do they bring this up? Because they're afraid to talk about the real issue, which is health care for American citizens, health care for people who need the health care and can't afford these premiums. Let me say it again. Undocumented immigrants cannot receive premium tax credits by law. So they should stop these lies and address the real issue, which of course they're afraid to do. A standard Republican MO. A standard Republican MO is to make something else up because the American people are on our side. Now, this week, here's what House Republicans sent out guidance to their members. They said, quote, not to make the message about health care because Republicans lose that argument. They're right. Their position is callous, malicious, unpopular. So they're not only refusing to talk about health care, but apparently when they do, it's only to spread misinformation, to spread lies. I said this to Speaker Johnson in the Oval Office yesterday. I told him it was total bull, I think that's the word I used, to say that we want undocumented immigrants to get federal benefits, that it can't happen by law, and nothing we've proposed in our bill changes that. He sort of smirked, that's it, because he knows the truth. He knows the truth. And they're lying to the American people, these Republicans who use this, because they know how unpopular their position is. Kaiser Family Foundation poll, 75% of Americans support extending the ACA premium tax credit, including 63% of Republicans. Republicans have chosen the losing side of the health care debate because they're trying to take away people's health care. They're going to let people's premiums rise. And this idea that we can do this at January, no. The notices go out October 1st as to how much increase people will get in 29 states, and they only have a short time long before January to decide, are they going to drop their health care because they can't afford it? Are they going to take a lesser plan where they pay more through deductibles and co-payments? Or are they going to keep that plan and cut back on buying a car, going on a vacation, or worse? Republicans have simply put, folks, the Republicans have chosen the losing side of the health care debate. Losing side. And in the White House meeting yesterday, Speaker Johnson made it perfectly clear he didn't care if people's premiums should go up, because his conference is against it. And so again, the House isn't even set to come back until October 7th. You tell me which side is actively manufacturing a shutdown. Why did the House do that? Because they wanted to negotiate? I don't think so. They wanted to jam it through, but they're not going to be able to. Yesterday, during a House Republican conference, Representative Lisa McClain made it explicit. She said, don't talk about health care to her Republican colleagues. They don't want to talk about it, so they make these other things up, facts out of thin air. So the Republicans have until midnight tonight to get serious with us about solving this crisis and keep the government open. But right now, they're not even talking to us seriously. They're sort of in la-la land. And then on another issue, related. Yesterday, the president posted an offensive deepfake AI video of Leader Jeffries and me with sombreros, fake music, impersonating my voice through AI, it wasn't me, talking even more lies about health care and immigration. Listen to this, America. Hours away from a shutdown, which we don't want, the American people don't want, the president is busy trolling away on the internet like a 10-year-old. And that's exactly why Americans are going to blame him if the government shuts down. That's another proof point as to who is to blame. His video, Johnson going away, and adjourning the House till next week. We have less than a day to figure this out, and Donald Trump is busy tweeting deep fakes. It's not like he's in touch with reality, he's in a bubble. He doesn't understand that if the government shuts down, people's health care premiums will go up. When we told him about it, Hakeem and I, yesterday, by his body language, he seemed not even to be aware of it, of the ramifications. If the president was smart, he'd move heaven and earth to fix this health care crisis right away. Because Americans are going to hold him responsible when they start paying $400, $500, $4,600 more a month on health care. So we have less than a day. If there was ever a moment for Donald Trump and Republicans to get serious about health care, it's now. But even right now, even this morning, even here on the precipice of this crisis, the president would rather troll on the internet and lie about health care than tell the truth and get to work. So that's why the polls are abundantly clear that Americans will hold Donald Trump and Republicans responsible if the government shuts down. Senate Republicans could stop this crisis now. The president should get on the phone with Leader Thune and the Johnsons and tell them to work with Democrats to fix the crisis before it's too late, and work with Democrats to fix our health care crisis. Let me just say once again, we tried over and over and over again to meet with the Republican leadership. They said no. The appropriators said they couldn't resolve the issues until the leaders met. So we asked the leaders to meet again, and they said no, because they didn't want to negotiate. They wanted it their way or no way. Their way or no way. That's not how the Senate works. If Republicans cause a shutdown, they'll probably keep lying and distracting because they know we're on the side of the American Democrats are on the side of the American people. But we will continue to focus on health care, and the American people will be completely on our side. Yield the floor.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, we just heard the minority leader come to the floor of the Senate, once again refusing to admit it's the Democrats who are driving America into a shutdown. Let me remind everyone what Senator Schumer himself said in 2013. That was when the government faced another government shutdown. This is his quote. He said, "What if I persuaded my caucus to say I'm going to shut down the government unless I get my way?" He said, "It's a politics of idiocy." His words, "A shutdown is idiocy." They're his words, not mine. So today, Republicans are committed to keeping the government open. And we're going to vote to do that again today. The House has already passed a clean continuing resolution, bipartisan votes, and it keeps the government open and functioning for the next 7 weeks. It allows Republicans and Democrats on the Appropriations Committee to continue their bipartisan work on a full year of funding for our nation. This is where senators from both parties have a very important part to play. Now, the continuing resolution is now in the Senate. Senate Republicans support it. Senate Democrats should join us and vote yes to keep the government open, because if not, the government shuts down at midnight tonight. Now, Democrats had no problem voting for 13 clean continuing resolutions, just like the one that we have here today, and they did that when Joe Biden was president. Now they refuse to do what they did 13 times for Joe Biden. Instead, they're demanding a ransom. Senator Schumer has come to the Senate with a ransom note, $1 trillion he's asking, and just to keep the government open for 4 short weeks. This proposal is a far left wish list. And the Democrats in this body know that they are responding to the demands of the far left radical wing of their party. Radical, extreme, dangerous, scary. People who want to take this country far, far to the left and are happy to see a government shutdown. They are demanding a government shutdown by the Democrats in this body. So what do they want to do with this $1 trillion that's in this wish list, this ransom note from the minority leader? Well, they want to spend $400 billion to keep Biden bonus COVID payments forever. Forever. They want to repeal reforms that strengthen Medicaid. It strengthened Medicaid for the people who need it the most. It's not what the Democrats want. They want it to go to people who are unwilling to work, want to sit home, want to get free health care. These are able-bodied individuals who refuse to work. Democrats say, give them free health care. No responsibility, none whatsoever. Oh, and they want to spend billions of dollars for overseas projects related to their obsession with extreme climate policies. The minority leader made a statement today on health care that I found to be preposterous. Because I'm a doctor, I practiced medicine for 24 years. I was at a rural hospital in Wyoming just this past week. The Democrats' proposal, the ransom note that they have provided, wants to repeal the critically important $50 billion rural hospital fund. Every Democrat in this body voted against a $50 billion rural hospital fund. You know, just a few minutes ago, the Senate Minority Leader came to the floor. He said that one of his members went to some rural communities in his home state and said that the health care providers there are really concerned. Well, then those health care providers haven't been informed by the Democrat senators from that state about what is in the bill that passed this summer and the incredible resources that are being made to make sure that rural hospitals can be sustained, can stay afloat, can stay open, can provide health care. The Democrats are so against rural communities of this country, view them as the enemy, the red counties. They're so fixated with the big cities and kowtowing to the big city mayors that they actually introduced a bill in July. It's stunning. They call it Protecting Healthcare Lowering Cost Act. It's preposterous because that act alone repeals the $50 billion for the rural hospital communities. So they didn't just do it once with their bill in July. They've done it again with a ransom note from Chuck Schumer to the Republicans. If you want to keep the government open for 4 short weeks, get rid of this rural healthcare hospital lifeline that hospitals all across my state and yours, Mr. President, realize is important for their sustainability to provide health care in rural communities where the next hospital may be 100 miles away. That's something foreign to the other side of the aisle, who ignore so often the rural communities in their own states, who can say they can ignore them, don't campaign there, don't go there, don't talk to those people. It's the big cities that sustain us, and we're going to actually punish the rural communities by stripping from a successful piece of legislation $50 billion set aside for rural health care in this country. What the Democrats are proposing is an outrageous shakedown. And that's why we're going to have a shutdown, because they refuse to keep the government open while we're working on bipartisan funding bills. Everything they're doing is focused on satisfying the most radical, extreme, dangerous, scary part of their party. In March, I believe Senator Schumer did the right thing. He voted with Republicans to keep the government open. And what happened? The far left immediately attacked him for doing the right thing. Nancy Pelosi said, I myself don't give anything away for nothing. She was even against him. AOC questioned why his would, quote, hand away our leverage for free. 18 of Democrats' own candidates who are running right now in open seats for the Senate in 2026. They were questioned by one of the newsletters in town. They all said they refused to say whether they're going to vote for him as the leader of the Democrat Party. So now, according to an Axios report from last week, what we've seen the minority leader do is he built a private war room, their quote, private war room with liberal groups to orchestrate a shutdown. So when I hear the minority leader come to the floor, say, oh, we don't want to do it. He's been orchestrating this, according to this news report, for months, orchestrating with his liberal private war room. He and his staff have been meeting with these groups every week for the past 2 months to plan the shutdown that begins tonight at midnight. Senator Schumer's doing exactly what he once called the politics of idiocy. He's threatening to shut down the government unless he gets everything that he wants. Well, Republicans are not going to pay the ransom, and the American people aren't going to pay the ransom. We're not going to sell out our nation's service members, our law enforcement officers, our seniors, our air traffic controllers. Let me remind everyone who pays the price for a Schumer shutdown. The American Legion warns of a shutdown that will, quote, directly affect the lives of veterans and their families. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. Vietnam Veterans of America has put it plainly, quote, for veterans, a shutdown is an immediate disruption of care, support, and progress on life-saving initiatives. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The National Fraternal Order of Police says a shutdown, quote, will cause major disruptions for programs that fund public safety efforts in our communities. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The National Association of Police Organizations adds, federal law enforcement officers who are working to protect our cities and communities from violent crime, drugs, and guns will be putting their lives on the line without getting paid. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The Association of Mature American Citizens warns that seniors on fixed incomes will face, quote, backlogs and service disruptions. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The National Cattlemen's Beef Association says farmers and ranchers will lose, quote, predictability and stability as harvest season begins. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The National Grocers Association warns that vital programs feeding low-income families and children will run out of money. This is the reality, Mr. President, of a Schumer shutdown. Here's the bottom line. Republicans are fighting for veterans, for service members, for law enforcement, for Border Patrol agents, for senior citizens, and for rural hospitals. Democrats are willing to shut down the government for illegal immigrants, climate extremism, and wasteful Washington spending. 12 years ago, Senator Schumer decried the politics of idiocy. If Democrats shut down the government at midnight tonight, the idiocy will be theirs. The House has done its job. It passed a continuing resolution to fund the government. President Trump is ready to sign it. It's time today for the Senate to pass it. The American people are watching, and I urge my Democrat colleagues to join with us. Tear up the ransom note. Keep the government open. Otherwise, Democrats will own the Schumer shutdown. Mr. President, the American people will suffer the costs and the consequences. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Arkansas.
Well, here we are again. Republicans merely want to fund the government for 7 weeks. The House of Representatives passed a simple bill with no partisan tricks or poison pills. Yet for the second time this year, the second time in barely 6 months, we again find ourselves on the cusp of a Schumer shutdown. Now, I'm not here to remind you that Senator Schumer came to the Senate in 1999, and since then he's supported and voted in favor of a continuing resolution to keep the government open more than 56 times. I'm also not here to remind you, last year, Democrats had 224 days to bring 11 bipartisan spending bills to this Senate floor. And even though 6 of these bills were passed out of committee unanimously, and the other 5 with overwhelming bipartisan support, then Majority Leader Schumer failed to bring a single one of those bills to the floor. Not one. I'm also not here to tell you about the impact the Schumer shutdown would have on our national security, on our economy, and on the American people and their families. Instead of doing any of that, I think I'll just let the Democrats speak for themselves. Let's turn the clock way back to the fall of 2013, when the series finale of Breaking Bad was aired and when the word selfie was added to the Oxford Dictionary. Though it may seem like ages ago, many of the Senate Democrats who are here now similarly found themselves on the edge of a government shutdown in 2013. Let's listen to what they had to say. Senator Durbin said shutting down the government was, quote, no way to run a country. Senator Hirono agreed, stating, quote, dysfunction is not the proper way to govern. Senator Warren also echoed her colleagues and explained, quote, hostage tactics are the last resort for those who can't otherwise win their fights through elections, can't win their fights in Congress, can't win their fights for the presidency, and can't win their fights in courts. I don't disagree. The American people made the winners very clear when they went to the polls last November, and the Democrats lost their fights for Congress and for the presidency. I'd be remiss not to note all the left-wing radical policies that continue to be challenged and also lose through the courts. Out of touch with reality and fresh out of ideas, the Democrats have made a short-sighted play to back the Schumer shutdown. Look at the dog and pony show they're putting on right now. The Democrats are attempting to extort a laundry list of what President Trump has rightly called, quote, unserious and ridiculous demands. These demands include restoring taxpayer-funded health care for illegal aliens, wiping out a $50 billion rural hospital support fund, and sending your tax dollars overseas for climate initiatives. In short, Democrats want to add $1.4 trillion in new spending to pay for the partisan pet projects that were soundly rejected by the American people last November. Radical Democrats refuse to be reasonable and negotiate in good faith. This reinforces a point that Senator Jack Reed made back in 2013 when he said, quote, "Forcing the government to shut down for reasons the vast majority of Americans disagree with is a terrible signal and could create undue hardships for families and businesses." This statement is as true now as it was then. Democrats who support the Schumer shutdown are voting to withhold the paychecks of air traffic controllers, our troops, federal custodial staff, and countless other hardworking Americans. As Senator Sanders put it in 2013, quote, "Shutting the government down will disrupt the economy and cost us jobs." Senator Schatz added, quote, "Every moment that the government remains closed endangers our economy and American families across the country." Bottom line, the Democrats have acknowledged that a shutdown is not some political stunt. As they said, a government shutdown can threaten national security by, for example, disrupting military training and recruiting, disrupting ongoing work to modernize our nuclear forces, and creating uncertainty in our defense supply chains. That's hardly a model of peace through strength that Americans have demanded of their elected officials. But rather than listen to the American people, Senator Schumer and the Democrats make their own absurd demands. To make matters worse, the Democrats are conflating the budget process with policymaking, an approach that they have long condemned. Senator Murphy perhaps put it best in 2013 when he said, quote, "There is a time and place to debate health care, just like there's a time and place to debate energy policy and immigration and education, but not when the funding of the federal government and all the lives are impacted by it hang in the balance." Senator Murphy in 2013, there's a time and place to debate health care, not when the funding of the federal government hangs in the balance. Enough is enough. Again, in 2013, more than a decade ago, Senator Klobuchar called for an end to the, quote, "political gamesmanship." Likewise, Senator Blumenthal pledged to, quote, "do everything possible to work with my colleagues to make sure budget brinksmanship and political gamesmanship are halted." Yet solely because of the Democrats, here we are. The political gamesmanship and the budget brinksmanship are still going on. So let me state clearly, a Schumer shutdown will be carried out at the expense and on the dime of the American people. Remember, it wasn't happenstance that the American people threw radical Democrats out of the Oval Office and congressional leadership last fall. So don't be fooled. The Schumer shutdown is a last-ditch effort to save face after spending years pushing disastrous policies that led to rising costs and skyrocketing crime. Let me leave you with one last quote from 2013. "Don't hold the American people hostage simply because you're so sure you're right and everyone else is wrong." Any guess who said that one? You got it. Senator Shutdown Schumer. And because he has decided to move forward with this Schumer shutdown and has refused to take his own advice, unfortunately, the American people will be left paying the price. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to seek unanimous consent to pass H.R. 5100, a bill to extend the Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer programs for 1 year. This bill was unanimously passed by the House of Representatives, led by the Republican chairs of both the House Small Business Committee and the House Science Committee. Hundreds of small businesses have written to Chair Ernst and to me, urging passage of the House bill to avoid ending the program. The national academies, including Trump's former Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition, wrote to us urging passage of H.R. 5100. And given that the House will not be in session today, any objection or modification to this unanimously passed House bill will result in the program ending. Yet here we are, watching the clock expire on one of the most bipartisan and successful small business programs in our government. If we don't pass this bill, more than $4 billion worth of research and development funding for research institutions and small businesses is at stake. SBIR and STTR have led to technologies that have changed American lives. The world's smallest heart pump, new cancer therapies, Alzheimer's treatments, GPS, and Qualcomm wireless communication systems. This program has gone above and beyond the expectations of those who enacted it more than 40 years ago. For every SBIR dollar spent, the program returns $22 to $33 in economic benefits. And this number includes, contrary to recent rhetoric, positive returns on investment from the top 25 companies. 63% of the top 25 companies commercialized their technology. In 2024, 60% of SBIR awardees had won their first award in the last 5 years. And annually, 30% of awardees are new entrants. If we don't pass this legislation today, we will be hitting the off switch to the light bulb of innovation in our country. But that's not to say that the programs are perfect. In May, I introduced a 52-page bill with suggested improvements and extensions for the programs. And I want to provide small businesses with the certainty they deserve by making the programs permanent to ensure we do not watch the clock hit zero again. I want to increase how much agencies are required to allocate for these programs to maximize our innovation potential. I want to strengthen our commercialization efforts through better data collection, training, and designated commercialization officers. I want to increase the number of new entrants by reauthorizing and codifying new programs that aim to reach underserved populations. And I, like all of my colleagues, want to make sure that our technology never falls in the hands of our adversaries. That is why I want to continue the bipartisan program enacted in 2022, which has identified and mitigated foreign risk in its short period of implementation. According to the Department of Defense, only 0.04% of their applications have been deemed a foreign risk. If H.R. 5100 is not enacted, the current safeguards we have in place on foreign risks go away. Small businesses cut off from government funding will be left vulnerable, opening the door for foreign adversaries to swoop in and acquire American technology. And I know that none of my colleagues want that situation to become a reality. The SBIR and STTR programs are not graduation programs. They are research and development programs. These programs work because of their merit-based competition nature, Darwinian, paranoia-inducing competition. Kicking successful companies out of these programs would be like cutting your highest scorers after winning the NBA title. Instead of innovation, we would get decimation. We would be stifling potential technology critical to national security, our economy, our health, or to the next energy revolution in our country. It should not matter where these technologies come from, whether it's Massachusetts or Texas or New York or North Carolina or Iowa or any state. Our standing on the world stage of innovation depends on these small businesses. And a lapse in the program would be devastating. It would lead to expansive layoffs, setbacks to scientific advancement, and leave government-funded technology vulnerable to foreign adversaries and cut billions for small business innovators. We are already seeing the impact of uncertainty in the programs. Last week, the Department of Defense delayed their SBIR applications, and we have heard from multiple agencies that they will do the same if the program is not reauthorized. So to be clear, this was not in response to a government shutdown, but in response to Congress not coming to an agreement on the reauthorization of the SBIR and STTR programs. That is why 5 of the 6 negotiators, including the 2 Republican House chairmen for these programs, have agreed on a 1-year extension. We all want to see improvements made, but we need the time necessary to ensure that we are making informed, evidence-based decisions that do not harm American innovation. So from my perspective, I ask my colleagues to work with the other 5 corners past the 1-year extension and work towards a longer reauthorization with the improvements we all want to see. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship be discharged and that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 5100. Further, I ask the bill be considered read a 3rd time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered and made and be laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from Iowa.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. The status quo will not work. I cannot continue to let China win, allow waste to run rampant, or fail our warfighters. When it comes to foreign influence in the SBIR, STTR programs, the fox is in the henhouse, and my colleague wants to shut the door and check back in a year. America's seed fund is in trouble. $5 billion of agencies' R&D budgets are set aside each year for American startups to develop critical technology. In practice, however, too many large companies, not truly small businesses, drain millions of taxpayer dollars by churning out white papers, instead of turning the taxpayers' investments into reality. In the past decade, 25 companies alone in the Pentagon's SBIR program received 18% of the funding. A single company received $650 million, more award dollars than the total issued to all companies in 26 states combined. Even the Pentagon's Defense Innovation Board concluded that the SBIR program has consistent overinvestment in a small number of companies that fail to deliver scalable capabilities to warfighters, warranting direct corrective action. In short, our warfighters are not properly benefiting from the billions of dollars being invested into SBIR mills. Additionally, companies linked to our adversaries funnel taxpayer-funded intellectual property into communist China and beyond. I have been crystal clear that I cannot support a 1-year clean extension of the SBIR, STTR programs unless meaningful reforms are included to ensure every dollar serves America's investments. In just 2023 and 2024, we know 835 applications for SBIR, STTR funding were flagged for foreign risks. 835. Yet, only 303 of those applications were denied. Even worse, a lack of foreign due diligence standards across government has opened the door for exploitation. Some agencies denied 100% of those flagged applications, while other agencies denied less than 1% of those flagged applications. When I shared my report with the Pentagon, they agreed that there are significant threats to our national security that must be addressed. If this program is to be extended, our taxpayers deserve to know that their representatives are, at a minimum, stopping wasteful spending to unproductive firms and implementing urgent safeguards to protect technology from our adversaries. That's why my amendment to H.R. 5100 would provide a 30-day extension of the SBIR and STTR programs with necessary reforms. Simply, this measure would, number one, root out waste and prioritize our truly small businesses by establishing a reasonable lifetime limit on SBIR funding, which would affect only 0.2% of participants in the program. And two, counter Chinese espionage by standardizing the foreign risk definition across our federal agencies. It's common sense, folks. We shouldn't be serving as a subsidy for Beijing when we are unleashing the golden age of America. But that risk is real and present today. And additional taxpayer dollars cannot go out the door unless we secure this program now. Our country cannot and should not delay these reforms any longer. If my colleagues truly oppose even basic safeguards, then this SBIR set-aside charade should end. And taxpayer dollars should be restored to the agency's R&D budgets, where they will better serve our warfighters and strengthen our nation's competitiveness. Instead of recklessly extending the status quo for another year, these set-aside dollars would simply be returned to each agency. And small businesses can continue to compete for those awards. I believe President Trump has assembled a world-class administration that is more than ready to deploy these R&D dollars. Unburdened by additional layers of bureaucracy, agencies can execute awards to small businesses in line with both the taxpayers' interests and our national security. I'm willing to work with you to find a common sense solution, one that works for both sides and ultimately the American people. However, as the proposal stands, on behalf of our warfighters, our national security, and our truly small businesses, I cannot let the status quo continue. Therefore, I ask that the consent be modified and the Ernst substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection to the modification?
To object.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to oppose the substitute amendment offered by the senator from Iowa. The SBIR and STTR programs expire at midnight tonight, separate from everything else that's going on here in the Senate today. The only bipartisan option to avoid the program ending is to pass H.R. 5100, as passed by the House of Representatives already. It's before us. The Republican chairmen in the House have already passed it over to us. And as I said previously, we all have changes to the program we'd like to enact. And that's just going to take time. And they recognize that over in the House, the Republican chairman. We should extend these programs which we should do on a bipartisan basis while continuing to work on a bipartisan basis to address the senator from Iowa's concerns, along with other reforms that other senators and House members would like to make. So I object to this amendment because it guarantees a lapse, and because it would, one, punish successful, innovative small businesses, two, force small businesses to avoid pursuing the riskier, more cutting-edge ideas that keep American innovation at the forefront. It's the small companies that do the innovation. Big companies buy that innovation from small companies, but it's the small companies that do the innovation in our country. And prevent agencies, number three, from being able to fund technology that aids their mission if that technology comes from a successful small business. The so-called waiver included in the amendment would only result in party politics as opposed to merit-based competition. And finally, the wide sweeping foreign due diligence changes would require agencies to forego the flexibility to determine their own risk tolerance. It would also leave the door open for agencies to deny applications on any grounds they see fit, even if it's not in statute or regulations. And to top it off, this proposal aims to dismantle the entire SBIR and STTR programs while only extending authorization for 1 month. Now is not the time to play games with small businesses and American innovation. We must make sure we do not hand over our crown jewel, American small businesses, and decades of American innovation to our foreign adversaries by allowing this program to end. So I ask my colleagues from here, I ask my colleague from Iowa to join me and the Republican chairs of both the House and Senate, the House Small Business and Science Committees, to pass the overwhelmingly supported extension for 1 year on a bipartisan basis so we can work out the differences. We should not allow this program to end. We never cap what big businesses can get from the federal government. Their tax benefits are permanent. Their ability to go to the Defense Department or other agencies with big contracts, that's never capped. And we should not be capping small businesses. So that's why we need to have the discussion, because it's critical that this program continue tomorrow. And so with that, I object.
The objection for modification is heard. Is there objection to the original request?
Mr. President, reserving the right to object.
Senator from Iowa.
Our nation cannot afford to extend another flawed program that fails to meet the innovation challenges of the 21st century. With China at our heels and wasted taxpayer dollars being funneled out the door, it's clear the status quo does not work or serve our truly small businesses. The moment for action is now, but my colleague wants to shut the door on that and continue with more of the same for another year. I'll keep working to safeguard SBIR-funded technologies from our adversaries and ensure we invest in the best and brightest small businesses so America maintains our technological advantage. However, continuing the status quo is not a solution I can support. Without my amendment, on behalf of our warfighters, our national security, and our hard-working taxpayers, therefore, I object. Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Mr. President, the same Washington politicians who were whining about DOGE laying off unnecessary bureaucrats just a few months ago are now exposing who is and who isn't an essential employee by forcing a government shutdown. In the past, non-essential employees were sent home and then eventually paid for not working during a shutdown. This is an absolute waste of taxpayer dollars. With Democrats blocking passage of the bill to keep the government open, thousands of non-essential employees could be furloughed indefinitely when funding expires tonight at midnight. Instead of paying these bureaucrats for not working, the Trump administration may eliminate many of these non-essential positions altogether. Of course, our brave men and women in uniform will continue answering the call to duty without pay if there is a shutdown, as will other essential employees. But you know who will still get paid? The politicians who failed to do their jobs and caused the shutdown, namely Senator Schumer and the Democrats in Congress. Keep in mind, the bill they are blocking would keep the government funded at Biden's budget levels, go figure, while continue working out our differences. Senator Schumer himself stated earlier this year, no reasonable member on either side, Democrat or Republican, wants a government shutdown. Both sides recognize that a government shutdown would mean crushing delays to veterans programs, nutrition programs for women, infants, and children, delayed benefits for our military, and so much more. Senator Schumer went on to say, only extremists who can't win an argument are willing to shut down the government, to bully everyone else into submission. And folks, that's exactly what is happening now. But ironically, it is Senator Schumer who is being bullied by the extremists within his own party. These are the radical socialists demanding we defund the police and ICE and allow our streets and borders to once again be overcome by chaos and lawlessness. Senator Schumer previously shut down the government for over a month in a failed attempt to stop President Trump from securing our southern border. During that time, food safety inspections were stopped, permanent damage was done to some of our national parks, scientific research was put on hold, applications for small business loans became backlogged, the low-income folks, the elderly and people with disabilities lost rental assistance and were forced to live in fear of eviction. And 300,000 federal employees who went without a paycheck for over a month were eventually paid for doing nothing, costing taxpayers $3 billion. Folks, no one wins when Democrats shut down our government. It is obvious the Democratic leader is shutting down the government for one simple reason: to protect his own job. But that's not even working. Just last week, the Washington newspaper Politico reported that across the country, the Democratic base is rebelling against Schumer's, quote, rudderless leadership. Well, folks, that's a sentiment we all share. From the far left to the right, there is widespread disappointment with Senator Schumer's inability to perform his basic duties, like doing his part to make sure our military gets paid on time and the government stays open. So on behalf of all Americans, for his rudderless leadership, his petty partisanship, and his silly shutdown shenanigans, the recipient of the non-essential government employee of the year for 2025 is Senator Chuck Schumer. And with that, Mr. President, I yield back.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the residents of Southern Nevada and so many others, October 1st is no ordinary day. On October 1st, 2017, my hometown of Las Vegas was struck by an unimaginable tragedy that forever changed our communities. We experienced an attack on a scale far worse than anyone could ever have imagined, a devastating tragedy that ripped families apart, destroyed lives. You know, during any given weekend, the Las Vegas Strip is buzzing with tourists and visitors from around the world, and that was the case on October 1st, 2017. That night, tens of thousands of people came to Las Vegas to attend the Route 91 Harvest Music Festival. Enjoy a fun night out with friends and good music. The weather's beautiful. But in just 10 minutes, their lives in our entire state would be changed forever. 10 minutes. 10 minutes is all it took for a gunman to open fire on an unsuspecting crowd, killing 58 innocent people, injuring thousands, and leaving a permanent scar on the hearts of everyone in our state and the hearts on the families and friends of the ones injured and killed. In the years since, we've lost 2 more individuals as a result of this tragedy, which remains the deadliest mass shooting in American history. So I want you to think about what that means. The families of the victims of that tragedy had their world shattered in just 10 minutes. 10 minutes that day that changed their lives forever. Families who now don't get to celebrate birthdays, anniversaries, holidays. Families, and I think this is one of the hardest things, they never got to say goodbye to the people that they love. And that night also changed the lives of everyone in our city. People who were attending or working at the festival, Nevadans who were just driving down the Strip, and the first responders who ran towards danger to help save lives. In the chaos and confusion of that night, our heroic first responders, our police officers, our firefighters, our paramedics ran towards the scenes. They saved countless lives. I know taxi drivers ran. Everyone ran to try to help people escape. And in the midst of this darkness, we saw our community, my community, go above and beyond to help. Our entire state rallied together. We saw lines of people around entire blocks waiting hours to donate blood, willing to donate blood to save the lives of complete strangers in the middle of a mass casualty. And I remember that day going to the line to talk to people, try to comfort folks in the midst of those first few days. And there was a woman in line to give blood, and I went up and I talked to her, and she started crying. She put her arms like this. She goes, "I don't have much." She goes, "But blood is all I have to give, and I'm here." She started crying. I started crying. It was such a moving moment. She goes, "This is what I can give," her arms outstretched. And so I want everyone to think about that the hearts of so many in a tragedy go out to those they don't even know to do what they can and give what they can, coming from the heart. And these selfless acts, not just this woman, but this is just one story of so many that I was proud to hear and be part of. This showed the country why we're Vegas strong. And I'm here today to honor the memories of those we've lost as a result of that terrible night on 1 October and everyone else who was impacted. And as we remember and reflect on this event, we must also commit ourselves to action to make sure that no other community in the nation goes through what we went through. In the last few years, we've so sadly seen shootings at universities, including UNLV in Las Vegas, in schools, in places where people go every day, like supermarkets and churches. Mr. President, we saw that just this weekend. And just this year alone, there have already been 53 school shootings in the United States. And so it's clear we need to act, and there are things we can do on a bipartisan basis. The 1 October shooter relied on bump stocks. They're just dangerous devices that attach to guns to make them fire bullets even faster, so that a shooter can fire more bullets in a short period of time, in order to inflict as much pain and carnage as possible. And I hope we could agree that nobody wants that. No one wants that. And in response to this unprecedented tragedy, 2017, President Trump issued a federal rule that banned bump stocks, and it did help save countless lives from these deadly modifications. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court overturned this common sense federal ban, allowing these dangerous bump stocks to flow into our streets once again. And so this puts more lives and communities at risk, which is why I helped introduce bipartisan legislation earlier to restore this common sense federal ban on bump stocks. Because we have the power to do something. So let's pass this bipartisan bill and save lives before the next tragedy hits another unsuspecting community. Because trust me, nobody wants to go through this, no community. Nobody wants to give this speech. Nobody wants to look in the eyes of the families. No one wants to go to that reunification center. No one wants to go to the hospitals. No one wants to go see the memorials grow and grow time after time. No one wants to see this in community after community every single day. There has to be some common sense about what we can do. And so as we approach the 8th anniversary of the 1 October shooting, I just ask all of my colleagues in this chamber to remember and honor the memories of the victims, their families, their loved ones, everyone whose lives were forever changed that night. I also ask that we come together as Republicans and Democrats in a bipartisan way just to save lives by passing our common sense bill to ban bump stocks. I think it would make a difference. And I just pray that those out there watching find comfort in remembering that their loved ones' memory serves as a blessing to them, and that we will always continue to honor them. Thank you. Mr. President,
The senator from Nevada.
I note the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following Commerce Committee detailees
Excuse me, the Senate's in a quorum call.
I beg your pardon. I'd ask unanimous consent that the quorum call to be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that the following Commerce Committee detailees be granted floor privileges for the remainder of Congress: Thomas Hastings, Joseph St. Peter, Tyler Stutton, Dean Legedakis, and Letitia Vega.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, for a long time, the United States has benefited from free and competitive global markets. For too long, though, we've relied on the conventional wisdom that engaging with China, and in particular the Chinese Communist Party, by bringing them into the global marketplace would be mutually beneficial. But it's become increasingly obvious, and it's plain as a nose on our face now, that China's primary interest in that so-called free market is to use it to undermine our interests and to further their own. I'm grateful to President Trump for ringing the alarm bells on China and for helping us reframe the way we look at the People's Republic of China. We need to be clear-eyed about exactly what's going on. China is not interested in a level playing field where both parties benefit from a bit of friendly competition. The People's Republic of China is treating competition in the global markets as a zero-sum game where they win and the West loses. Nowhere has this become more apparent than in the case of critical minerals and rare earth elements. I doubt many of us have given a lot of thought, at least in the years past, about the role of rare earth elements and critical minerals, but now we have become educated way too late into the importance of these two elements. There are two ways that a competitive market economy can be undermined. One is excessive government regulation, making it harder for more competitors to enter a market. This makes it more difficult for newer, smaller entrepreneurs to get off the ground. But another way for a competitive market to be threatened is when one seller has a monopoly on a particular good or service. When a single provider of a service or good gets so big that they're the only game in town, then they get to set the terms. A monopoly can ask whatever price they demand because there's no one competing with them for a cheaper or better version. This is precisely what China is doing with respect to mining and processing of rare earth and other critical minerals. But the People's Republic of China takes it one step further. They are actively sabotaging its competitors, including the United States. For a long time, up until the 1980s, the United States dominated the industry for rare earth elements. But then China decided to begin rapidly subsidizing their own rare earth industry. China benefits from some unfortunate advantages in this competition. They have lower labor costs because they're less concerned than we are in the United States about ensuring that workers are paid fairly and kept safe. And we know China has lower environmental standards than we do here in the United States, which further makes it more difficult for the United States to compete against them. But third and most critical advantage that China has over the United States in this field is that their government recognized the importance of these critical minerals a long time ago and was willing to put generous government subsidies in place to launch their industry, while somehow we were lulled into complacency and failed to realize our dependence on China and their processing of critical minerals and rare earth elements. Now, people may be asking, why do we care about critical minerals and rare earth elements? Well, the truth is these elements are essential to producing magnets and other components of our vehicles, our robotics, our aerospace, and our defense systems. We can't build our weapons systems to defend our nation and to deter aggressors without access to these processed rare earth elements and critical minerals. That's how important it is. But China has been successful in sidelining the United States and other global competitors, becoming effectively the only game in town, or I should say, in the world, when it comes to mining and processing these minerals. Well, whether we realized it or not, there's hardly an aspect of our daily life that would not be affected were China to cut off our access to these processed rare earth elements and critical minerals. From our iPhones to the cars we drive, even our washing machines. Because China recognized how important these minerals are, their government is willing to take extraordinary measures to make sure that they control the supply chain for these critical minerals in the future. What are these extraordinary measures that they've taken? Well, over the last 20 years, China has invested $57 billion through state-backed financial institutions in the forms of loans to Belt and Road participant countries in order to gain leverage over the global supply chain for these critical minerals. More than 75% of these investments are structured through joint ventures and special purpose vehicles in such a way that Chinese entities have ownership stakes, allowing them to influence the extraction and processing of these critical mineral projects. More forebodingly, last December, China took steps to ban exports of technologies used in mining and processing rare earth elements in order to exert further control over the supply chain and enhance its leverage when dealing with the United States in various binational negotiations. In April of this year, China placed export controls on 7 rare earth elements, requiring any company that wishes to export them to acquire a special license. And if they didn't, obviously it would be illegal. While the terms and conditions of the licensing process are still being spelled out in more detail, this may become the tool to incentivize various countries to act in China's interest to protect their own access to these minerals. In other words, it's not just the United States that depends on these rare earth elements and critical minerals. It's virtually every other part of the global community. And when China sees likely competitors, it floods the market with excess supply of these minerals, lowering the market price and thereby sidelining any potential competitors. Now, just to be clear, rare earth elements and critical minerals can be mined in many places across the globe. Where China has gotten the monopoly or virtual monopoly is 90% of them are processed in China. So you may mine rare earth elements or critical minerals in Chile or in the United States or Australia or somewhere else, but 90% of them must be processed in China because they're not other competitors for the reasons I've mentioned. Because China will stop at nothing to manipulate the market, prices have dropped dramatically when they flood the market with processed minerals. Since 2023, for example, cobalt prices decreased 59.5% from $82,000 per ton to $33,000 per ton. again, because China is manipulating the market to discourage any competition. Nickel prices decreased by 73.1% from $48,000 per ton to $13 per ton. And lithium prices decreased 86.8% from $68,000 to less than $10,000. Consequently, several plants that were designed to open up in the United States to compete with China have had to close because of their inability to maintain profitability in this economic environment. The United States' only cobalt mine opened in 2023 and was forced to close less than a year later when nickel plants in Australia and New Caledonia shut down in the same time frame. And while these competitors have closed their doors, Chinese firms have continued to hold on to their state-sponsored monopoly. China has been taking these steps for decades, right beneath our nose, to develop this near monopoly that they currently hold on mining and processing of critical elements. As the United States, we should have seen this coming, and we could have done something about it, but we didn't. Joe Biden could have spent the last 4 years in the White House tackling this issue head on, but here we are with virtually nothing to show for the Biden administration's so-called efforts. So we're playing catch-up with the Chinese Communist Party, which is not a good place to be. If another pandemic were to happen, disrupting global supply chains, or if we were to find ourselves in a hot war with China, or even difficult trade negotiations with China, which we will, and they decided to cut off trade with the United States, there would be drastic consequences to our economy, to our military preparedness, and to our ability to deter an aggressive Chinese Communist Party. Americans would not be able to purchase the electronics that power our lives day in and day out. Our Department of Defense, or Department of War as it's now called, would be hamstrung in its ability to obtain critical components for the weapon systems that are used to deter aggression by our adversaries. And elderly or chronically ill Americans would be unable to obtain the pharmaceutical remedies they rely upon to simply stay alive. Well, fortunately, while we're late to the game, things are moving now in a better direction under unified Republican control. In March of this year, for example, President Trump issued an executive order directing the Departments of Interior, Defense, or now as it's called, War, Agriculture, and Energy to work together to accelerate domestic investment and production of critical minerals. And Congress also did some things in the One Big Beautiful Bill to help. That legislation included an allocation of $2 billion to the Secretary of War to increase U.S. critical mineral stockpile through the National Defense Stockpile Transaction Fund. And an additional $5 billion was provided for investments in critical minerals through the Industrial Base Fund. Furthermore, this law tightened our definitions of foreign entity of concerns, which will help ensure that Chinese critical mineral companies are not availing themselves of the U.S. tax credits in order to invest in their own critical mineral efforts. While there are ongoing discussions to ensure that the defense authorization bill that we are currently on includes provisions such as the reauthorization of the Development Finance Corporation that our colleagues, Senators Risch and Shaheen, have sponsored this year, we need to make sure they're successful in those efforts. The Development Finance Corporation works to incentivize private capital markets to invest in our most critical supply chains. I've introduced something called the Critical Minerals Security Act, which directs the Department of Interior and Department of State to further identify vulnerabilities in U.S. supply chains for critical minerals. Now, I believe these are important steps, but Mr. President, we have a bigger problem in America. We simply have a hard time building things anymore. A lot of that has to do with overregulation, problems with gaining the appropriate permits, and the litigation environment, which means that any sort of critical infrastructure is probably going to be delayed years, maybe decades, from endless lawsuits. That is a larger, more threatening situation, and I'm only talking about a small part of it here today. The steps we've taken so far are, unfortunately, too late, in my view, but they are at least a step in the right direction. They're not enough by themselves to ensure that we have safe and secure supply chains for both mining and processing of critical minerals to meet our nation's needs. But once again, Deng Xiaoping, who said, "Hide your motives and bide your time," has successfully snookered the United States and our other allies around the world so that we are now almost entirely dependent on Chinese processing of critical minerals. So there's not a day to wait. We need to make sure that we catch up, and we catch up quickly. It's going to take a lot of work for the United States to claw our way back to where we need to be. But I'm confident that we can if we rise to meet the occasion. So I would urge all of my colleagues to listen to and respond to this alarm bell that I'm trying to ring here on the Senate floor today, and take seriously the urgency of securing our supply chains and securing American processing facilities for critical minerals. We simply do not have a choice. Otherwise, we will continue to be held hostage by an adversary that does not wish us well. They don't want friendly competition, they want dominance. And they also want to take Taiwan in the coming years. If we can't build things because we can't deter them by building the weapons necessary to do that, if we can't sustain our economy by continuing to manufacture technology that allows us to compete with China in the coming years, we will have failed in our fundamental responsibility as members of Congress. If America is to have a safe, secure, and prosperous future, we have to compete and we have to win the critical minerals race with the People's Republic of China. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled recess begin immediately.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
The negotiation happens when the government's open. So let's keep the government open, and then we will have the negotiation. I've said it. I've said it yesterday at the meeting in the White House. I've said it to my Democrat colleagues. We're happy to sit down and talk about these other issues that they're interested in, but it should not have anything to do with whether or not, for a 7-week period, we keep the federal government open so that this government can continue to do its work and that we can continue to do our work through the regular appropriations process to fund the government. This is not complicated. It's something that's happened routinely around here for a long time, including the 13 times it happened when the Democrats had the majority. So it's a binary choice. They get a chance to make that vote today, and I'm hoping, I sincerely do hope, in the interest and the best interest of the American people, that the Democrats here in Washington decide to keep our federal government open. Thank you.
Your impression? I'm like too far. Shouldn't have let it go. is from Tom. What? This is email from Tom. So here's my burning question. If there's a shutdown, does the Senate carry on today?
Yes.
It does?
The food, they just put out a notice today that food service is still open to them.
How upset that is. Say. How upset that is. Yeah, but I need to carry the basement. But he said it's open. Cool. Saved my life.
You're welcome. I mean, it's not the first time I've saved your life, but yeah.
I'm sure it's not, but I mean, and since we're going to be trapped here, that's interesting.
Thank you. No, my sister is on site. It's also on Saturday.
Have they started that one actually? That was the show. Yeah. We go to 12:30. Yeah. I don't think I could be wrong. So 11 is. They probably are there never. So I kind of feel slightly obligated. They're going to do a special. Julie's. Because I think. They're going to do a bunch of they're supposed to stop on October 6th, but then they give DC 2 weeks period. But they've already stopped. They've already reduced the bus. October 6th is when they're supposed to stop. But they can have something available. They don't want you to sit there. That's what we're doing. Yeah, so right now we have just first one. There's one at 7. There it is. We're keeping more than 7. And so it used to be that 8 was mostly studios and 7 was mostly. So now they're building studios and 7. And they're building newsrooms. Looks like I think on October 20th, the energy stops. But makeup people, Texas. I think there's going to be some. Now all their studios are ready to real like research studios for like January 1st. That's pretty official.
You need to get hey, I don't even know about San Diego. San Diego has my heart.
We're not getting married. So
the raining is so accurate. Our cows are not.
I there for a. But if we get something, they just take it. But they also, I guess, they describe it as a net money. So they want to finish
San Diego's great.
and they just signed a
They have a light rail system. Now, it's not stellar, but it'll get you places, you know? It'll get
That's what it sounds like. Scott, they have a deal with Scott. Two different things. He's already on. He's on this week. He's on. That's on three. Kevin. It's kind of funny though. Like I want to be able to be clear. This is my last hit on this, and I don't know if I'll get that. No, when it's MS now, I won't. This, for real. There's 5 minutes later. Right, exactly. I mean, I might have already happened. I may never be on there again. I did a hit. Well, like they've already been drying up. Like I did a hit last week. But I haven't had a hit. Right. That's what it'll be like. It's funny though, the media ecosystem is like, everyone is so niche. People only watch CNN, only watch it. So, I point to people, hi. You don't work, are you doing something different? Because they don't see me on MS. Because they're investment. It was the same thing on CNN. Once you've gone up here on the thing that they watch, you're going to be in Saturday. You're going to be here Saturday? Two soccer days. Or they can. No.
Space-wise, good? Good? Are you okay? Okay. Cool. Good?
Save us the loss. It's cool because it kept it 2 minutes longer. Last walk really took snow. It's all. I mean, the mess this year. ALCF, or not LCF. Oh, that was. More success. You do it every day. Burgess, how come you don't do your hair like you do for Modern Show all the time? That's what I said to him. You look so sharp. You don't think you don't look good now? No, I had a double take. My arms are wandering. He's complimenting you. I'm saying nice things. You look good. He's not happy. Trying to be supportive.
You know, Ryan, time slows down during a government shutdown.
Oh, does it?
It actually goes slower.
Oh, great. That's terrific.
Just what we need.
It's just what I want to hear. 35 days really felt like
it's very similar. It's kind of like being in outer space. It actually, it gets slower during the government shutdown.
Do we shrink? Do our bodies shrink? We'll find out. Chad was a lot taller before the two Trumps.
Sure, Hans Zimmerman, right? O's around this place. Time definitely dilates. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Okay. We have Senators Murray and Klobuchar and Schatz. And before I get into my substantive remarks, I just heard something that Trump said. Here's what he said. We can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible and bad for them, and irreversible like cutting vast numbers of people out. Well, there it is. Trump admitted himself that he is using Americans as political pawns. He is admitting that he is doing the firing of people if, God forbid, it happens. He's using Americans as pawns, as I said. Democrats do not want a shutdown. We stand ready to work with Republicans to find a bipartisan compromise, and the ball's in their court. When he says he will do things, he is taking ownership. He is taking ownership. It's just like in his first term when he said he will own the shutdown. It's just a point I wanted to make. Okay, now, we're 10 hours away from government funding expiring simply because the Republicans are not serious about keeping it open. Finally, after months of asking, and mounting pressure, Leader Jeffries and I went to the White House yesterday to meet with the President and Republican leaders to find a way forward. And sitting in the room, it was very clear, behind closed doors, that the President hasn't fully grasped the magnitude of the disaster he's causing Americans. As costs continue to skyrocket for Americans, thanks to Trump's tariffs, economic policies, clean energy policies, and disastrous blunders, Americans are prepared to spend 114% more on their health insurance. That's right, that just came out. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation's analysis today, without ACA premium tax credits, premiums will double, more than double on average. And this not only affects those on ACA, it affects just about every American family with health insurance, because it is, as has been documented, when they get the deep cuts on ACA and on Medicaid, they don't have as much money, and they raise the costs on everybody else. So virtually no American with health insurance is immune from these disastrous Trump cuts. And what are Republicans doing about this? Avoiding lying. This week, look at this poster. This one here. Let's get it front and center. I borrowed Thune's poster today, as many of you saw. This is what the House Republican Conference called. Lisa McClain, the head, walked members through polling and advised them not to make the message about health care, because ours lose that argument. That's not me. That's one of the Republican leaders who's in charge of messaging. They're right. She's right. Their position is so callous, and the damage is much greater than even people thought, that it's very unpopular. So when they're up against the brutal fact that Americans are to pay, take this one up, 114% more for marketplace enrollees who currently receive financial assistance. That's the Kaiser Foundation. It's devastating, devastating to them. And let me be clear, because they like to tell lies because they can't argue the merits. So they make up things. They said they're saying undocumented people cannot and will not receive premium tax credits. They say that undocumented people are going to get these credits. That is absolutely false. That is one of the big lies they tell, so they don't have to discuss the issues. The federal government, by law that we passed, does not fund health insurance for undocumented immigrants in Medicaid, period. Nor the ACA, nor Medicare. Undocumented immigrants do not get federal health insurance premiums. Period. Period. They're lying. I hope you'll call them on it when they bring it up. Some of the newspapers have. Okay? I said this directly to Speaker Johnson in the Oval Office. I told him what he was saying was bull, because he said, you guys want that. And he just smirked and didn't even answer. And why are they lying? They know how unpopular their position is on health care, but they shouldn't talk about it. Republicans know perfectly well that undocumented immigrants are already prohibited, as I said, from getting insurance on ACA, Medicare, or Medicaid. They know perfectly well not a single sentence or clause or comma that we're pushing in our bill does that. But they're lying because they know they're screwed if this debate turns into one about health care. And guess what? That's just what we are doing. We are making this debate a debate on health care. If you want an indication of how serious Republicans are about keeping the government open, who wants the shutdown? There's no better proof than the fact that Speaker Johnson sent everybody home this week, ensuring a shutdown no matter what the Senate did. So don't argue who wants the shutdown. It's Johnson. And when we asked President Trump to meet with us, Hakeem and I, by all reports, it was Johnson who made him pull the meeting back. Pull the meeting back. And if you want another indication, and so, by the way, so the House Republicans should be here, but they're home. If you want another indication of how serious Republicans are about funding the government, look no further than the deepfake AI video the President tried to put up last night after our meeting, when we were actually trying to fund the government. His video was dumb, it was childish, it was petty. It's something that a 5-year-old would do, not a President of the United States, but it shows how unserious they are. They don't give a damn about the harm they will cause with their shutdown. Now, Republicans have until midnight to cut the garbage and get serious with us about solving the health care crisis. When I was Majority Leader, this is what I did with Thune's chart this morning. He had all these years that we passed CRs. We passed budget bills. We did. You know why? As leader, I sat down with the Republicans every one of those years and created a bipartisan bill. Their bill is partisan. They call it clean. We call it partisan. It has no Democratic input. Thune never talked to me. Johnson never talked to Hakeem. And now Thune is saying, well, the appropriators are working at it. As Patty will tell you, they are working out, trying to work out some budget bills. But the two issues they couldn't decide were health care and rescissions, impoundment, pocket rescissions, and they all agreed the 4 leaders should decide that. And that's when we wrote Thune, and that's when we wrote Johnson, and they never even met with us. So that's why we were able to avoid shutdowns, because we did it in a bipartisan way. They are partisan totally, with no input from us. So, as Republicans continue to lie, distract, duck, hide, Democrats remain ready to get to work, negotiate a bipartisan agreement, and keep the government funded. Senator Murray. I'm going to take all my papers here. Thank you.
Well, there is less than 12 hours to fund the government. House Republicans aren't even here in town, they're on vacation. Meanwhile, Senate Republicans are about to force another vote on a bill that already did not pass and that 8 of them did not even bother to show up to vote for the first time. And Donald Trump, well, the president is resorting to AI deepfakes and bold-faced lies because the actual facts are pretty bad for him here. So here are the facts. Healthcare rates are being set right now. Open enrollment is weeks away. Idaho open enrollment starts October 15th. So American citizens are about to see their premiums skyrocket. In my state, family paying $238 per month for their health insurance right now, thanks to Republicans, they could pay as much as $1,800 per month next year. Look, is the president totally unfit to hold office? Yeah. But it is not about that. This is about health care. He is choosing to shut down the government rather than work with Democrats to fix the health care crisis Republicans created. If it seems like the only sentence that Republicans can form these days consists of a noun, verb, and illegal immigrant, that's because they have to resort to outright lies to defend their truly god-awful health care policies. Their attacks on health care are already hurting American citizens, millions of them. There is no getting around it. Cutting health care by more than $1 trillion, hospitals are already laying off staff and closing down across the country. Millions are going to soon be kicked off of their health care. So Donald Trump can lie, J.D. Vance can lie, but people are still going to get those letters in the mail telling them how much more their health insurance will cost next year. Now, apparently, when President Trump was looking over Democratic health care proposals, he said, and I quote, "Go F yourself." That tells you how much Donald Trump cares about whether families go bankrupt paying for their health care. Premiums on the marketplace are set to more than double. Washington State had an uninsured rate of 15% before the Affordable Care Act. Now, because of that, it is down to 5%. People now, though, are going to lose their health insurance because of Trump and Republicans. They're going to put off their care. Many will get sicker, and some will even die. That is the reality. That is why we're here fighting for health care. I'll be voting no on the partisan Republican-only funding bill that already didn't pass a few weeks ago. I'll be voting yes on the Democratic bill that not only funds government, but also addresses this GOP healthcare crisis and protects Congress's power of the purse. I am ready to keep the government open. As I have said over the last 2 weeks, I am ready. I am willing to stay at the table for as long as it takes. But the question remains, will the Republican leadership get serious and negotiate?
Thank you, Patty. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you, Senator Schumer, and to my colleagues. So yesterday, after weeks of waiting to see if the president would lead Senator Schumer and Leader Jeffrey go over to the White House, this is not a joke. People are literally standing on a health care cliff right now. For members of our caucus, when the Republicans, a whole bunch of them, didn't show up and vote last week, what did our people do? We went out and we met with the people in our state. We met with doctors and nurses. We went to rural hospitals. We talked to people that can barely hold on right now. This, what one farmer called a perfect storm of ugly. The tariffs are hitting them, the markets are drying up, and now they have their health care costs. So many of them, especially in rural areas, are on these individual plans. So what does the president do after this meeting? He posts that deep fake offensive video. This isn't a joke. This isn't political theater. He's so proud of the art of the deal, and it is his time to lead. He has said repeatedly, and you've all seen the real videos, where he said this is a time for a president to lead in the past. Well, this is his time to lead. When we talk to the people out there that aren't the ones on the Mar-a-Lago golf course, you hear what's really happening. They look at those grocery bills. They look at their electricity bills. Those things aren't deep fakes. Those things don't lie. Those things are real. So what are they facing? Healthcare cliff. 20 million Americans are set to see their premiums double when they pick a plan starting November 1st. And for those of you that ask, why are you doing this now? This isn't a December thing. This isn't a January thing. This is a now thing. This is happening right now. And the only way to fix this is to do something about it now. Those families that don't know if they're going to have cancer research, and those researchers on Alzheimer's that are looking at going to other countries and looking at what's happening with NIH, this is a now thing. So I hope people remember that this is not a funny deep fake meme. This is not anything he says. And for those people in my state that voted for me and him, and there's a lot of them, they actually thought he'd bring costs down. That's what he said would happen on day one. Well, it is day 253. And people are paying more for their prescription drugs. They're paying more for their beef. They're paying more for their groceries. And they're paying more for their electricity. And they're sure paying more for their health care premiums. This is his moment to lead.
I'm struck by the extent to which sort of DC brain has infected us all, where we think that this is some sort of cooked up demand. The reason that we are trying to take action now on health care is because people's premiums are going up this coming week by letter. I got a text from a buddy of mine in my fantasy football league, but it was but it was not a trash talking text. He got a letter, 40% increase for his father's premiums. This is not a talking point. This is not an allegation. This is literally what's happening. And 40%, you should be lucky if it's a 40% increase. The average increase is going to be 114%. And so the time to solve this problem is now. Open enrollment is now. Letters are going out now. Now, some insurance companies are sending out letters saying, your rates are increasing, but we're not sure by how much. And some insurance companies are being jawboned into not even sending letters at all. Now, there is only one thing worse than your rates going up on January 1. It is not being told until December that your rates are going up on January 1. People are going to lose their health care. This is not a joke. This is not a political talking point. This is what's going to happen across the country. The idea that this is some Democratic priority or independent priority or Republican priority is nonsense. Tens of millions of people are specifically going to see a 114% increase, and everybody else is in the same risk pool. And so all we're saying is, look, if we were... This is a very damaging issue for Republicans. And if we were terribly cynical, we would just let them stew in it. But we want to solve it because we care in our bones about the people we represent. And so there is still an opportunity to do something about this. There is still an opportunity to do something about this. None of us like shutdowns. But the only way to avoid a shutdown is to sit down between the political parties, and that includes the party out of power, and to make a deal. There's still time.
Start off with Buffalo.
All right.
From the Bills.
Thank you, Senator.
He's from Buffalo, you know.
Yes, I am. At this point, it seems like a shutdown is inevitable. When you get to that point, what's the plan to get out?
Look, first, it's right now in the Republicans' court. We said this to Trump yesterday. He can easily call up Thune and Johnson and say, just add the two parts we want added to the bill. They can take it out of our bill, put it in theirs, and solve it. So it's in their court. And let me just say, the American people are learning how bad this health care crisis is, and they will put tremendous heat on Republicans to solve it. Yes?
Leader Thune, you said that there are going to be no negotiations with Democrats if the government is shut down. So how long are Democrats going to stomach the shutdown?
Look, it's in their court to solve it. It's their shutdown. And as I said, they are going to face tremendous pressure from the American people. Trump in the room admitted, I said to him, this is going to be very bad for you, these increases in the health care. And it's not going to be good for you. It's not going to be good for America or anybody. And he admitted that. So I think we believe that this is an issue worth fighting for. We hope the Republicans avoid the shutdown. But if they do it, it's because they didn't even negotiate with us till the last minute. Yes.
The president is now threatening these irreversible cuts to the workforce, to programs. Is that a risk that Democrats are willing to take?
The bottom line is he's doing it anyway. They've already cut 300,000 people. Whether there's a shutdown or not, it'll be up to Trump whether he's going to let Musk, formerly Doge, Vought, do these cuts, do these layoffs, and do these firings. It will fall on him, as I said. He's the one doing the firings, not Democrats. And that's what it shows. Yes. No, right here. It's not what it's. I don't know what the poll numbers were, because yes, without question, wherever we go, wherever we talk about it, it has our back on this issue, and it shows that who do you trust much more? Who do you trust more to deal with the health care crisis? They trust Democrats. And one final thing, they're going to start getting these notices tomorrow. A lot of people don't know it. But once they start getting these notices, and there's these huge, staggering increases, you know, we thought it was $400 per family on ACA and somewhat more, somewhat less for people not on ACA. Now it's more, it's 114%. They're going to be staggered, and they're going to say, what's happening? And we're going to be right there explaining to them, it's because the Republicans wouldn't negotiate with us. We're ready to do it any time, and there'll be huge heat on them on this issue. No, last one. This gentleman had to call on someone from this side, the left side.
Over the last decade and a half, in instances when Republicans have shut down the government over one issue or another, or their ACA funding, they did not get the policies that they were requesting. What makes you think this will be different for Democrats? Because the health care crisis that they created, in part because we asked them 3 times to vote on extending the ACA, and they voted no 3 times. And we believe that this issue is a real issue for the American people. We also believe that when there's a Republican president, a Republican Senate, a Republican House, the natural inclination is to blame the Republicans. That's what the polling data shows. Who do you know? A neutral question. Who do you blame, Democrats or Republicans? It's like +20. They'd blame the Republicans. And we also believe the fact that they wouldn't negotiate with us, which became clearer last week when Trump said yes and Trump said no. The American people don't like that. So we think we're on our front foot as we go into this fight. Thank you, everybody.
And congratulate him on his new grandchild.
In the middle of the caucus, my phone rang, and it was my wife. We have a beautiful little boy, name yet not told to us by our daughter and daughter-in-law.
Congrats.
Remind people in Louisiana and other states that flooding is not a matter of if, but rather when. Now, Democrats, as we know, are pushing us towards a government shutdown. What does that mean for the National Flood Insurance Program? Imagine you're about to close on a house in 2 days, and the bank requires you to have flood insurance. If you're in a special flood hazard area, by the way, over half of Louisiana is a special flood hazard area, and you're purchasing a house with help from a federally backed loan, you will not be closing on that house, nor will you be able to renew your existing policy. All because Democrats have rejected a clean, continuing resolution to keep the government open. Let me repeat, they are walking away from a bill that simply extends the existing budget for 7 weeks to allow further negotiation. Instead, they demand a highly partisan bill, which would add more than $1 trillion to our nation's debt. They want taxpayer-funded health care for illegal immigrants, transgender surgery for minors, and to cut $50 billion from the Rural Hospital Fund, Republicans created as part of our Working Families Tax Cuts bill. Now, back to flood insurance, Americans are left wondering how a shutdown will affect it. While Democrats are writing checks to the far left, folks are wondering if they can close on their house. Now, I'll tell you what the American people care about. They want the government to do its job. They want disaster recovery when needed. They want flood insurance that works. They want rural hospitals to stay open. They want energy security and a balanced budget, not trillion-dollar add-ons that only serve a political agenda. Mr. President, the American people deserve accountability. They expect Congress to put their needs before partisan politics. If this shutdown happens, it means that the National Flood Insurance Program cannot renew policies. That's 500,000 people in Louisiana, millions across the country, unable to renew policies while we're still in hurricane season. It'll mean delays in disaster aid and emergency response coordination. It means uncertainty for families still recovering from Hurricane Helene and other past storms. Now, this is personal for folks in my state. If Democrats would stop trying to please the fringe of their party and start focusing on the real immediate needs of the American people, like keeping the government open, maintaining flood insurance, protecting access to rural health care, we can solve this today. So I ask my fellow senators who are Democrats, who are you working for? Are you working for the American families watching the weather, hoping the next storm doesn't wipe out everything they built? Are you working for veterans waiting on care, the seniors relying on Social Security checks, or the communities who count on rural hospitals in a crisis? Or are you working for political activists and special interest groups that have nothing to do with the lives of the people you were elected to serve? Mr. President, the path forward is simple. Pass a clean bill to keep the government open. Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion be entered separately into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, middle-class Americans are taking it on the chin. You ask anybody buying groceries, and you start talking about high grocery prices, their heads just start to nod. American farmers can't hire workers to pick their crop. Farm products are being tariffed. Beef and coffee prices are through the roof. For the first time ever seen since it's been tracked, ground beef is over $6 a pound, and it keeps rising. To put that in perspective, it was under $4 when President Trump left office in 2021. And people can't afford to live if you combine the cost of the things they absolutely need, their health care, their flood insurance, property and casualty or homeowners insurance, car insurance, mortgages, car payments. After that, they're sitting around an empty kitchen table worried as to whether there is enough left in their pocketbook to buy the groceries to feed their family. Now, with 67% of Americans saying they're living paycheck to paycheck, you can imagine how many empty kitchen tables there are. Last week, I got a message from a woman in my state who lives on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain. She told me this is the problem she's facing. She can't afford to live and to pay for her groceries. By the way, she's a teacher. Good job. Been for 26 years. But she can't afford to live and pay for groceries. The middle class is taking it on the chin. And a lot of Americans are in the same situation as she is. No matter how hard they work, no matter how many jobs they work, sometimes 2 or 3, they can't keep up. Now, since 2000, housing demand has grown more than housing supply. Roughly 46% of Americans let their credit card payments roll over month to month because they cannot afford to pay in full. That's almost 50% of people in the United States are not paying their credit card bills, and that's with 21% to 26% interest rates on that. Almost a quarter of Americans don't think they will ever pay off their credit card debt. And the hole keeps getting deeper. Now, Republicans are trying to address this. In the Working Families Tax Cuts bill, we increase wages by eliminating taxes on tips and taxes on overtime. Most seniors will not pay taxes on their Social Security payments. We increase the child tax credit. We incentivize companies to start building in the United States now instead of waiting for 10 years. We attract private investment into low-income communities by giving investors a tax break in exchange for developing economically distressed communities. Our goal is to create jobs, better paying jobs, as we spur this revitalization. We can increase affordable housing for families and workers by expanding and strengthening the low-income housing tax credit, which will help build more than 1.6 million affordable homes nationwide over the next decade. Again, we give tax incentives now for those better paying manufacturing and construction jobs. We're working to decrease the high cost of health care with, if you will, programs to incentivize the education of more nurses, to lower the cost of prescription drugs, and to lower the cost of health insurance. We have proposed ways to lower the cost of the National Flood Insurance Program, which in my state is one thing that just saps from people's pocketbook. Now, the government shutdown will not help. It creates unnecessary worry, puts a strain on working families, veterans, and folks living on a fixed income. The American middle class has taken it on the chin. Republicans are working to give the American people hope instead of one more body blow. And with that, I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Well, Mr. President, it looks like we're going to have a shutdown. What does that tell us? I'll tell you what it tells me. It's simply that much more evidence that human evolution is a slow process. I thought humans had advanced more as a species, but apparently we haven't. What do I mean by a shutdown? Well, we can't keep government open without a budget. And tonight at midnight, our current budget expires unless we vote to maintain the status quo and continue the current budget as we negotiate a new one. Many of my Democratic friends say, well, what's the problem? The Republicans are in charge. The president's a Republican, and the Republicans have a majority in the Senate, and the Republicans have a majority in the House. What's the problem? They know what the problem is. We can't pass a budget. We can't keep government open just with Republican votes here in the Senate. We only have 53 Republicans. We need 7 Democrats to join with us. So for my Democratic colleagues to say, well, the Republicans are in charge and they don't need us, they know that's not accurate. And that's what's going on. Now, we've had a few shutdowns before, and every shutdown is different, but most shutdowns are a combination of both policy and politics in varying degrees. This shutdown, in terms of policy, makes absolutely no sense. None. What we have proposed to our Democratic colleagues and the minority leader, Senator Schumer, is to make no changes to the current budget. We just want to continue the current budget and keep government open until just before Thanksgiving to give us more time to negotiate a permanent budget. We did that many times when President Biden was president and when the Democrats had the majority. In fact, we did it 13 times. Not only have Republicans done it, but Democrats have routinely done it. But this time, the Democrats have said, no. We want more. And you may be thinking, okay, that's reasonable. What do you want? Well, it's not reasonable. In effect, what the Democrats are saying to us is that we're going to close government unless you Republicans agree to make it bigger. We don't want the status quo. We want you to commit to spending $1.5 trillion more than you're spending now. And we, the Democrats are saying, are going to tell you how to spend it. First, they want us to repeal all of the Medicaid reforms that we did in the reconciliation bill. Some call it the One Big Beautiful Bill. The One Big Beautiful Bill would not reduce Medicaid. In fact, it would go up about 2% every year as a result of our bill. But it would say to people who are on Medicaid, who aren't eligible for Medicaid, that you're not going to get Medicaid anymore. Dual eligibles, people who sign up in Louisiana and Mississippi, that's fraud. Under our bill, they would be thrown off. The Democrats want them put back on. Under our changes in the One Big Beautiful Bill that the Democrats want us to reverse, you would have to satisfy certain income levels to be on Medicaid. The law says if you make too much money, you can't get Medicaid because Medicaid is for the poor. In my state, we have found people through audits making $120,000 a year on Medicaid. So our bill, which the Democrats want us to repeal after just passing it, would say to those people that if you don't meet the income limits, you can't get Medicaid. So that's the first demand of the Democrats. Take out all the reforms that we made to Medicaid in the reconciliation bill and throw them out the window. Number two, they want to extend the Obamacare subsidies. What does that mean? Well, first let me say Obamacare was a mistake, and we know that now. When President Obama passed Obamacare, we were told that our lives would be better. Our lives have been worse. We were told that it would make health insurance more accessible and more affordable. It's done neither. On the non-Medicaid part of Obamacare, we've got, 25 million Americans who are accessing it. And for the most part, about 90% of them are low-income Americans. But the rest are making huge sums of money. Some are making $160,000 a year getting Obamacare subsidized by taxpayers. And that's not the way it was supposed to be. How did we get here? Well, it's simple. During the pandemic, when people were being laid off or losing their jobs or couldn't work, President Biden rammed through a bill to enlarge the subsidies. He took the cap off the amount that you needed to earn in order to get Obamacare. And those subsidies at the end of this year are about to run out. Now, the Republicans have said, we'll sit down with our Democratic friends and talk about how to extend them, but we want to reform the program because it's not right that people making $125,000, $150,000, $250,000, $200,000 a year are getting their health insurance subsidized by the federal government. That's bone deep down to the mayor stupid. But the Democrats, Senator Schumer and his colleagues, have said, no, we will shut government down unless you agree automatically to extend these subsidies, which were passed during the pandemic, after the pandemic is over, permanently. And that's just some of my colleagues' demands. I mean, you need an Excel spreadsheet to be able to follow their demands. Their demands to keep government open, you stack them here, you could stand on them and paint the ceiling. And that's not much of an exaggeration. And when Senator Schumer announced these demands, that's when I knew. I knew it in a nanosecond. We're going to have a shutdown. Because my colleagues, my Democratic colleagues, are very smart people. And Senator Schumer is a smart person. And he knew when he announced these demands that I could tell he wasn't serious. He knew they were unserious. And he knew that neither the president nor the other members of Congress were going to accept them. And you know what? Many Democrats know they're unreasonable as well. So that's why I say the policy part of this makes absolutely no sense. And that's because this isn't about policy. This shutdown is about politics. Now, parties change, just like the human experience changes over time. Political parties change. My party's changing. So is the Democratic Party. And there is a wing of the Democratic Party, I call it the socialist wing. Some less charitable people call it the loon wing of the Democratic Party. And they are in charge right now. And the non-loon, non-socialist Democrats are scared to death of them. And this particular wing of the Democratic Party that's in the ascendancy, what do they believe? They try to out-weird each other all the time. They hate, if you listen to them, they hate Thomas Jefferson. They hate Abraham Lincoln. They hate George Washington. They hate Dr. Seuss. They hate Mr. Potato Head. They think our kids should be able to change genders back and forth at recess. Kids. And if it's their preference, should be able to undergo sex change operations while minors paid by you, the taxpayers. They believe that. They believe in open borders. They believe that if you support the law, which says you have to be vetted to come into our country, if you support the law, you're a racist. I think if you support the law, you're being prudent. But they believe in open borders. And my Democratic friends are about to elect a new mayor in New York City who is a member of the loon wing. He's a self-avowed socialist. He has said if the Prime Minister of Israel comes to New York City, he will have him arrested. But this is not the majority of Democrats that believe this. I don't think that for a second. And I know many of my Democratic colleagues here don't believe that. But the loon wing, the socialist wing, the angry Gary Busey wing of the Democratic Party is in ascendancy. And they've got a lot of power, enormous amount of power. And many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate are scared of them. And the loon wing is mad at many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate. They shouldn't be, but they are. And therefore, many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate are scared of the loon wing. And they want the loon wing to love them. The loon wing will never love them. They're better off doing the right thing, and they know what the right thing to do is. But that's why I say this is a political decision, and that's why we're going to shut government down. Now, once you shut government down, unless you're prepared to leave it shut down permanently, and maybe my Democratic colleagues are, but I don't think so. I still, maybe I'm naive, but I still think too many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate know better. Once you shut the government down, you got to get back open. How are they going to get it back open? We're not going to agree to their demands. $1.5 trillion. They know we're not going to agree to it. So how is my friend Senator Schumer going to get government back open? You know, there's a famous movie line. I don't remember the movie. I think Denzel Washington said the line. I love Denzel Washington. He's what cool looks like. The guy's awesome. He's a total baller, man. I love Denzel Washington. But anyway, I think he said in one movie, if you pray for rain, you better be prepared to deal with the mud. And truer words were never spoken. So if you want to shut down, I say to my Democratic friends, you better be prepared to deal with the mud. How are you going to get it back open? How are you going to get it back open? I wouldn't want to be in their shoes to have to make that decision. Let me just say a few words. Every time we do a shutdown, it scares the living daylights out of the American people, especially our elderly. It breaks my heart. All of us get phone calls from folks scared to death. They're not going to get their Social Security check, or they're not going to be able to see their doctor, and it just breaks my heart. So I want to give them a little bit of assurance. During the shutdown, the executive branch will be in charge, and the Trump administration is not going to do anything to hurt our elderly. I want to assure them of that. If you're receiving a Social Security check or Medicare or Medicaid or a veteran's disability, your checks are going to continue. We will make sure of that. Trump administration will make sure of that. Government may be shut down, but essential workers will still be there to make sure those checks are sent out. If you're hungry and you don't have the money to eat, we're not going to let you starve to death. The administration is going to continue payments. What we call it, some people call it SNAP. I call it food stamps. And we will continue the payments for the women, infants, and children's program. Most of us refer that to WIC. You'll still get your mail. Don't worry about that. Postal Service will be working through the shutdown. If you depend for health care on your Veterans Administration and VA medical centers, they're going to remain open. So I don't want you to be scared about that. Now, you're going to notice an impact. Probably we've got 2.5 million federal employees. Probably 750,000 aren't going to be on the job. Under the law, they have to go home. So you will notice an impact. You'll notice it in our parks. You'll notice it in our museums here in Washington. If you're visiting, you'll notice it in many of the federal agencies. That's the law. They can't come to work in a shutdown. Doesn't matter who initiates the shutdown. We still got a little time. It's midnight tonight, and we're going to be taking some votes here in a few minutes. Give our Democratic colleagues one last chance. One last chance to do the right thing. And I certainly hope they accept it. With that, Mr. President, appreciate your patience, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks.
President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Democrats do not want a shutdown. Democrats also do not want millions of American families to go bankrupt next year because their health care premiums more than double. And Democrats do not want people to get kicked off their health care, get sick, or even die. Democrats want to stop our rural hospitals from closing and laying off more staff. We have been clear about this for weeks and weeks and weeks. All along, Democrats have made clear we are ready to hammer out a solution to prevent a shutdown and save people's health care. But I'm afraid that at every step of the way, Republican leadership has made clear they would rather shut down the government than make sure people can afford health care. Apparently, working with Democrats to save American families money and keep the government open is too much for Republican leadership, because their plan so far has been to let health care premiums double next year and insist that Democrats swallow a bill that does nothing on health care. President Trump and Republicans in Congress would rather shut down the government than have serious negotiations to lower costs, save health care, and prevent a shutdown. Unfortunately, Republicans decided on the shutdown track weeks ago and have done nothing to steer away from that cliff. This is not hard to understand. Republican leadership has not been subtle. If Republicans were serious about avoiding a shutdown, they would not have skipped town last week. And Speaker Johnson wouldn't be refusing to return lawmakers until after the funding deadline. If Republicans were serious about avoiding a shutdown, they wouldn't be holding a vote on a bill that already failed, and that, I should say, actually got fewer votes than Democrats' bill, since 8 Republican senators didn't even bother to show up to take that vote. If Republican leadership was serious about avoiding a shutdown, they wouldn't be refusing to hold the vote until the last minute. If Republican leadership was serious about avoiding a shutdown, Trump wouldn't say, "Don't bother dealing with Democrats." He wouldn't shrug his shoulders and say, quote, "If it has to shut down, it'll shut down." If Republican leadership was serious about avoiding a shutdown, they would not have waited until the last possible moment to hold a meeting that could have happened weeks ago, and they would have listened and negotiated at that meeting instead of just saying my way or the highway. And ask yourself this: if Donald Trump and Republican leadership were serious about preventing a shutdown, would Trump be tweeting out completely unserious AI videos riddled with lies, debunked conspiracies, and mariachi music? Would they be toying with the lives of public servants and threatening to fire more of them when they know the vital role that they all play in providing services to the American people? Come on. The president is thrilled to be shutting things down and sowing division, not working to solve the problem. He's showing every day how unserious he is in this moment. Or let's look at this another way. What would the Trump administration and Republicans be doing if they wanted a shutdown? Well, if President Trump and Republicans wanted a shutdown, they might be planning how to cause as much damage as possible, planning how they would hurt women and children who need vital nutrition assistance. The administration might be planning to use a shutdown as a pretext to conduct more of the same mass firings we have seen for months and inflict more pain. Republicans might be openly talking about how Trump, quote, welcomes a shutdown and how they will use it to advance their extreme agenda, exactly like Russ Vought and his team at OMB are doing and have been doing. If President Trump wanted a shutdown, he might be scheduling meetings with Democratic leaders only to cancel them and finally reschedule them at the latest possible moment, exactly as he just did. If Republican leadership wanted a shutdown, they might mischaracterize what Democrats' position is because they know that refusing to lower costs and protect people's health care, which is what they've been doing, is not popular. And of course, mischaracterizing Democratic positions is exactly what Republican leadership have been doing. Mr. President, I swear the only way President Trump knows how to compose a sentence is noun, verb, illegal immigrant. And hey, why not throw in transgender for good measure? That is how he aims to sow division and hatred. Are they serious? American citizens across the country are starting to get letters now warning that their premiums are set to double. Hospitals are already closing, laying off staff, and not for no reason in particular. This healthcare crisis is happening explicitly because of Republican policy decisions. Instead of talking with us about addressing healthcare from the start, Republicans decided to pass a partisan CR, and they decided they would do nothing about the fact that healthcare premiums are about to skyrocket. They decided they preferred a shutdown because they don't want to act in time to prevent families from paying dearly with exploding healthcare costs. Good luck explaining that to the American people. Good luck arguing, sorry Republicans left town until the 11th hour and shut down the government, but you see, we wanted to make sure you couldn't afford health care. Good luck saying that to your constituents. Good luck saying, you don't understand. Those radical Democrats demanded we stop your premium from more than doubling next year. Just not going to fly. The American people are a whole lot smarter than that. And despite all this, Republican leadership is pretending they want to talk about health care later. The reality Republicans won't talk about is that higher premiums are being announced right now. Let's be clear about that because it underscores why addressing health care is so urgent. The reason we need to start this conversation right now is because people will receive letters in the mail with their new rates next month. In Idaho, open enrollment will begin October 15th. And we already know those rates are going to be much higher if Republicans insist on inaction. We already know millions of people are going to start losing their insurance. They'll be priced out if we don't get this dealt with soon. It is worth noting that according to the Kaiser Family Foundation, a quarter of our farmers and ranchers are enrolled through the healthcare marketplace. And nearly 1/2 of marketplace enrollees are small business owners, small business workers, or self-employed. Why do Republicans want to price farmers out of healthcare? Why don't they care about small businesses and their workers? I heard about one family in my home state of Washington who learned that if Republicans get their way on this, their health care premium could jump from $278 a month to as much as $1,800 a month. And they are far from alone in staring down a huge, huge health care increase if Republicans refuse to act now. Millions of families are going to see their health care costs jump by thousands of dollars. That, Mr. President, is why we have to act. That is why Democrats want to avoid. That's what we want to avoid. And we know we have to do this now. But still, Republican leadership has refused to start that conversation. Meanwhile, Democrats are at the table. We have ideas ready to go. Democrats put forward our proposal for funding the government, not as Republicans are pretending as a take it or leave it demand, but a proposal. One with several key issues we want to discuss with Republicans. We want to talk about how we stop Republicans' Medicaid cuts before our families get kicked off their health care and before Republicans' cuts shutter many of our rural hospitals. We want to talk about how we can stop Russell Vought from stealing money for cancer research. And we want to talk about how we save the healthcare tax credits that tens of millions depend on before those higher premiums kick in and get locked in, before families decide they just can't afford this coverage, in short, before it's too late. Because if Republicans insist on sitting on their hands, if they decide to wait until the last minute to finally work with us to save these credits, 1.5 million Americans will lose their health care. Again, that is if we do pass an extension at the last minute. If Republicans never get serious about this at all, it is going to be even worse. But even delay has a real cost here, one that is paid for by our families. So it's time for Republicans to get serious. Despite what Republicans are pretending, Democrats are not asking for the moon here. We are literally just insisting that Congress take action to address the looming healthcare crisis that they themselves caused. It is shocking that Republican leaders are digging in so deep against this now. If nothing changes, that is a pretty ominous sign. I hope, despite the completely partisan path Republicans are on right now, they will come to their senses and come to the table. Because I don't just want us to keep the government open with a deal brokered by both sides. I want to stop the enormous price increase that's about to hit our families. And I want us to ultimately get those full funding year bills that help people. I want those to get signed into law. So, Mr. President, here we are. And I have to say right now, what we see is Russ Vought trying to hold government workers hostage. Right now, we have House Republicans refusing to even come back here to DDC to do their jobs until next week. Right now, we have Senate Republicans replaying a failed vote. Look, if Republicans want to avoid a shutdown, like Democrats want to avoid a shutdown, then stop spending so much time saying you will sit down with us on health care later. Spend that time working with us right now. But if Republicans insist on writing a bill without any Democrats, they better pass it without Democrats too, because I'm a no. Democrats will continue to work to keep government open and to save your health care. I'm ready to keep the government open, as I said many times over the last several weeks, and I'm ready and I'm willing to stay at the table for as long as it takes. The question here remains, will Republican leadership get serious and negotiate? Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Democrat leader.
We in a quorum? No. I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote on passage of S2882.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to reconsider the vote on passage of S2882.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The question occurs on passage of S2882. Upon reconsideration.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Dane. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Resch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt Rochester, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Lujan, Markey, Murray, Schatz, Schumer. Senators voting in the negative: Capito, Curtis, Fisher, Graham, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Marshall, Hall, Scott of South Carolina, Thune. Mr. Kelly, aye.
Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Kim, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Wyden, Aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer. No. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville. No. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo. No. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. No. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice. No. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker. No. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper. Aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida. No. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin. Aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy. Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. No. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody. No. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono. Aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Deans, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Britt. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye.
Hello. Let's vote. On this vote, the ayes are 47, the nays are 53. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the bill upon reconsideration is not passed.
Mr. President.
The Senate will please be in order.
Mr. President, we have order, please.
Please take your conversations outside the chamber.
In a few minutes, the Senate is going to vote on the Republican partisan status quo bill. It's a partisan status quo bill. The Republican CR was the wrong option for America a week ago. It remains the wrong option today because it does nothing, absolutely nothing, to solve the biggest health care crisis in America. As we speak, tens of millions of Americans are getting letters in the mail informing them that their health care premiums are about to shoot up by an average of 114%. For a working class family that needs health care, this is a huge increase. It's going to dramatically hurt them. And our Republican colleagues want to do nothing about it. 4 million people are about to lose coverage. 24 million people will see their health care costs go up. And even if you don't have ACA, the insurers are going to raise rates on you because they're getting so much less money because of all the cuts my colleagues made. This is a crisis. Now, I know the leader is going to show a poll that says that Democrats will be blamed for the shutdown. There are many more polls that show Republicans are blamed. The question in that poll is biased. Biased. In the New York Times, but it's biased. If you turn the... That's true. I don't always believe the New York Times. You can be sure of that. Neither do you. Okay. But in any case, here's a poll from Morning Consult today. 75% of Americans support extending the tax premium credit. 63% of Republicans support it. And 45% of voters say they'll blame Republicans in Congress for a government shutdown. Only 32% blame Democrats. It's natural that people understand that Donald Trump and the Republicans want to shut down and Democrats do not. We need to deal with this health care crisis now, not later. But the Republican bill fails to do that. I urge my Republican colleagues instead to join with us, work in good faith to keep the government open, keep costs down. This is a totally partisan bill. Not once were we approached about what our input should be. When I was Majority Leader, 13 different times we passed CRs. Why? Because every single one of those 13 times we negotiated with Republicans to keep the government open. We still want to have those negotiations today. Democrats remain ready to get to work to negotiate a bipartisan agreement, a truly bipartisan agreement to keep the government open. But we need to fix our health care system now. We need to stop premiums from going up dramatically. We need to be on the side of the American people because they are on our side in terms of getting this health care crisis fixed, one created by the so-called big, beautiful bill, which they now want to change the name because they know it's so unpopular. In fact, Republican leaders are saying, don't talk about health care because they know that we are on their side and the Republicans are not. The issue can't wait. It must be dealt with now, not in November, when it'll be too late. The Republican CR is silent on health care and the wrong option for the country. It's as simple as that. Yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we're down to the wire here. In just a moment, the Senate will vote on whether or not to keep the government open. Right here, 24 pages. Not partisan, not complicated, simple, straightforward, clean, nonpartisan, short term, till November the 21st so we can finish the appropriations process. Something I might add that never happened when the Democrats were in the majority. Last year, we never considered an appropriations bill on the floor, even though 11 of them were reported out of the Appropriations Committee. Not a single one on the floor. We want to fund the government, to give our appropriators, Democrat and Republican, a chance to work on bills that have been coming out of the Appropriations Committee with big bipartisan margins. Pretty novel concept, right? Well, in just a moment, we're going to vote on whether to keep the government open. And all indications are the Democrats are going to reject the clean, nonpartisan funding extension here before us and choose to shut the government down. Now, Mr. President, my friend, the Democrat leader, and a number of other Democrats have spoken at length on many occasions about the pain that government shutdowns cause Americans. And since he mentioned it, I will show this poll. My handy. This is a poll right here, the New York Times. Oh, by the way, this morning the Democrat leader used one of my other charts. Thank you for doing that. It makes my point. I'm guessing he may be, you want to use this one? Maybe not. But this one is New York Times. And basically the question on views on whether Democrats should or should not shut down the government if their demands are not met. 65% should not, 27% should. Now, granted, I don't think the issue here is who gets the blame, who gets the political blame. That's not what this should be about. This issue, honestly, folks, is about the American people. A lot of Democrats, a lot of Republicans, a lot of independents want us to keep the government open. So why are the Democrats doing this? As was mentioned 13 times when they had the majority, we did short-term continuing resolutions. Republicans delivered, voted with Democrats to fund the government. Well, I know why we're doing this, Mr. President. The Democrats' far left base said jump, and Democrat leaders said how high. But the far left's determination to oppose anything President Trump has ever said or done is not a good reason for subjecting the American people to the pain of a government shutdown. So I would say to my Democrat colleagues who still care more about their constituents than the dictates of far-left interest groups, think about what you're doing. Democrat leaders may be determined to take government funding hostage for their own partisan purposes. You don't have to join them. We can pass a clean, nonpartisan bill and get back to the business of the American people. Mr. President, I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote on passage of H.R. 5371.
The question is on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the vote on passage of H.R. 5371.
The question's on the motion. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The question occurs on passage of the bill upon reconsideration.
Mr. President, I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Kim. Mullen, I did. Mr. Banks. Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Warren, Workley. Smith. Gotcha. Thank you. I got you. Thank you.
I'm deferring to my junior self. Not his little cellmate.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well,
I said you, but not the cellmate.
And you're not. I did. Thank you. Peters. Thank you. Young. Kramer. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso.
Coach is right here. Bozeman's next.
Good job.
Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Sullivan, good job. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Thank you. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. I got you, thank you. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Thank you. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Heidsmith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, King, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Lankford, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Duckworth, Durbin, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Paul, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 55 and the nays are 45. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the bill upon reconsideration is not passed.
President.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. We just, for a second time, failed to pass a continuing resolution to allow the federal government to continue to operate. It's because we are coming to the end of the fiscal year. The appropriation bills have not all been approved, although almost all of them have been approved and approved by the Senate Committee on Appropriations, and several of them have been passed here in the United States Senate. This makes no sense to me. This is not a shutdown that makes any sense at all, and the American people, Kansans, deserve something different from the United States Senate. Every city council or commission, every school board, every local government office in my state passes a budget and then lives within that budget every year. Every local unit of government at home can figure this out, and the United States Senate is failing one more time. A shutdown means uncertainty. Shutdown means dysfunction. And the issue to me is this continuing resolution that would fund the federal government for 21 more days. I'm going to say that differently, till November the 21st. A short period of time is designed to avoid that dysfunction, to avoid that uncertainty. All that's required is that we pass a continuing resolution, 60 votes in the United States Senate, to keep government functioning so, and this is the reason it makes no sense to me, so that we can pass the remaining appropriation bills, all but one of which has been passed by the Senate Appropriations Committee, and most in hugely bipartisan ways. And for whatever purpose and for whatever reason I don't understand, that seems beyond our capability. I understand there are those who wish to bring other issues to this bill. Could we do one thing at a time, and when that one thing is as important as the continuing resolution, to do it right now, to do it yesterday, to do it tomorrow? We can't pass a continuing resolution because there are those who want to bring other issues into the bill. Could those other issues not be considered at a later time? Seems to me that passing appropriation bills, the federal government functioning, is one of the primary necessities and responsibilities of the United States Senate, of the Congress of the United States. This is simple and straightforward. Give us a few more weeks to process the remaining appropriation bills. Government continues to function while we do so. A continuing resolution, particularly long-term, is a crazy thing because it says we're going to fund the federal government at the same level in the same way that we did last year. And if it's multiple years of continuing resolutions, the same way we funded government the year before that. Does anyone believe that the priorities of this country are identical to last year? Does anybody believe that they're identical to 2 years ago? Aren't there things that deserve more money? Higher priority? Aren't there things that deserve no money? Aren't there things that deserve less money or maybe even the same? A long-term continuing resolution is a crazy idea, and the short-term resolution of a CR that we're dealing with right now is an unnecessary idea. It's unnecessary because we can pass the appropriation bills and avoid a long-term CR, and we just need the time to do it. So a short-term continuing resolution, do it, take up the appropriation bills, as this majority leader has promised to do, and this majority leader has demonstrated he's willing to do it. It's a pretty straightforward solution to me. Give us a little more time, a few more weeks, immediately begin the consideration of the appropriation bills that have been reported by the Senate Committee on Appropriations, and at the end of that period of time, we don't need a continuing resolution. We will have done our task. I yield the floor.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I thank the senator from Kansas, and at the risk of getting him into political trouble, I am a huge fan of his. But I want to address the question that he asked, which I think is a legitimate one, which is, what's the hurry on the Affordable Care Act premiums? And there's a really straightforward answer, which is that people are getting letters tomorrow from their insurance carriers. Around 24 million people are going to get letters anytime from now until mid-November. And they are going to pay. Now, 24 million Americans are going to be told that because of the last tax bill that was just enacted by Trump and the Republicans, that people are going to be paying an average of 114% more per person per month. So it's not like we just went into a lab and cooked up an issue to try to hijack some unrelated moving legislative vehicle. The reason for this is that 24 million Americans are specifically on the ACA exchange, and they're absolutely going to get hosed. And because we're all in the same risk pool, it's not just people on the ACA exchange that are going to see massive increases in their health care premiums. Almost every American is about to see a spike in their health care premiums, just like they've seen electricity rates going up at double the rate of inflation, just like they've seen the price of vegetables go up by 39%, just like they've seen shortages of lumber and labor. We have an opportunity to do something because our Republican colleagues, at least some of them, understand the magnitude of this problem for their constituents. And so the normal thing to do in a functioning legislative body where the President of the United States does not believe that he is an elected monarch is to try to negotiate some accommodation. After all, these are all of our constituents. It's not like they're exclusively in urban areas or something. They're not exclusively Democrats. In fact, they're slightly more Republican than Democrat on the ACA exchange. And so if this were a normal functioning time in American-style democracy, the President of the United States would convene what they call the four corners: majority and minority leader of the Senate, Speaker and minority leader of the House, and we'd try to figure out whether there was an accommodation to be made to save our collective constituents from all this pain. And so when Democrats had the trifecta, when Democrats had the House and the Senate and the presidency, we didn't have any shutdowns. And it wasn't because there's more goodwill on the Republican side towards continuing resolutions than there is on the Democratic side towards continuing resolutions. The reason is because Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi sat down with Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy or whomever it was, and the president, and they figured out a deal. Even to raise the debt ceiling, Kevin McCarthy said, not for free. So this idea that the minority party, only this minority party, only in this time in United States Senate history, we are to shut up and do whatever we are told. And what's worse is they're asking the majority party to do the same thing. This president believes that he's a monarch. This president finds the legislative branch to be a nuisance. And you know what? The legislative branch is a nuisance. That's the architecture of the Constitution of the United States. We're supposed to be in a struggle with each other. We're supposed to argue and fight. And then we're supposed to come to an accommodation. But we can't come to an accommodation until there's a meeting. And so we're going to be here fighting for health care, and we're also going to be here fighting to reopen the government. If the clock strikes midnight and we're not able to avert this shutdown, then we are going to be here ready to deal. We understand we're not going to get everything we want. We understand we're in the minority. We understand we're out of power. But understand this, we're not powerless. We still represent, pessimistically, 47% of the, certainly 47% of the Senate seats, but something like half the country wants us to represent their point of view. And the point of view that we are representing, by the way, is shared by most of the constituents who are represented by Republicans too. And so there is still a pathway, but it has to be pursued. And so the onus is on the President of the United States and the Majority Leader and the Speaker to find that pathway. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're just a few hours away from the start of a government shutdown that could have been prevented by Washington Republicans just talking to us. But Donald Trump and Washington Republicans chose to once again put politics ahead of the American people. They won't come and talk to us. After slashing Medicaid and taking health care away from families who need it the most, Donald Trump and Washington Republicans are now shutting down the government, like I said, because they refuse to come to the table. They refuse to have a conversation. They refuse to work in a bipartisan way to stop a massive spike in health care costs for hard-working families, for all of you. And that's it. That's it. This is why Trump's about to shut down the entire federal government. You know, my dad often said, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. And it's clear that Donald Trump and Washington Republicans want you to have nothing. Nothing. Because they're doing everything they can to take away health care from as many Americans as possible. And for every American, everyone out there, your health care premiums are about to double. About to double, everybody across the board. So while Republicans, those folks here in Washington, fight for billionaires, Democrats are here fighting for you, for your health care, for your ability to see a doctor, get your prescriptions without breaking the bank. In my state of Nevada, over 110,000 Nevadans get their health care coverage through the Affordable Care Act's marketplace. We know it as Nevada Health Link. Nearly 95,000 of those families are able to afford their premiums using Nevada Health Link, thanks to what we call the enhanced premium tax credits. So I want to be clear, because there's a lot of misunderstanding here. It's not a handout, it isn't welfare. It's just a tax break that helps lower the costs for for nearly 95,000 Nevadans so they can afford to buy an insurance policy, so they can go to the doctor when they're sick and have a copay, and go to the pharmacy to get their medication for a copay, so they can just afford their insurance. And we're talking about hardworking families, small business owners, workers who don't get health care through their jobs, so many of them. And these enhanced tax credits, they're about to expire. They're about to expire this year. And if Congress fails to act, health care costs across the board will double for everyone. Everyone. So when premium costs go up, many families won't be able to afford it any longer, meaning they'll lose their care. And the ones who can afford it, their deductible is going to be so high, they're never going to meet it, and they're still going to be paying out of pocket in ways they can't afford. You know, more than 38,000 people in my state alone, well, they're going to probably lose their coverage right away, all because Washington Republicans just refuse to extend this tax credit, allowing them to purchase their own insurance. Families, sadly, are going to be forced to make impossible choices. They'll be forced to delay care. They'll skip doctor's visits. They'll cut their medication in half. Cut those pills, give them half a shot of insulin to make ends meet. And these choices are real. They're real for these families, and sometimes they have tragic consequences. And since the beginning of this year, Democrats have been trying to work in good faith with Washington Republicans to extend these ACA enhanced premium tax credits and protect Americans' health care coverage. We've even introduced bills to extend the tax credits. We've tried to pass them right here on the floor, and at every turn, Washington Republicans have refused. They've refused to hear your voice, refused to listen to you. My phone is ringing off the hook about people scared to death about losing their health insurance. And earlier today, when given an opportunity to keep the government open and extend the credits, every Republican voted no. Instead of working with Democrats to keep health care affordable, Washington Republicans are holding the government and the American people's health hostage to score political points. So I'm going to be clear here. We will not be bullied by Donald Trump, and we will not be bullied by Washington Republicans into sacrificing your health care, the health care of American families, of our children, of our seniors, of our friends and neighbors. Not now, not ever. Trump can't bully us into taking away your health care. Nevadans sent me here to fight for them, not to cave and let Washington Republicans and Donald Trump take away your ability to go to the doctor and get your medication. Everyone should have access to affordable, quality care. Health care is not a bargaining chip. It's not a political weapon. It's a lifeline. And Washington Republicans have the power. They have the power to prevent this shutdown today. Just come and talk with us. So I urge them to do their jobs. Come to the table, have a discussion, have a negotiation, extend the ACA premium tax credits, put people over politics. The time is now. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. My thoughts tonight are with the millions of Americans who will bear the brunt of this shutdown. The families in the path of hurricanes who will go without the services of FEMA, the veterans who will lack many of the helping hands in the VA, the recipients of Social Security who will be unable to verify their cards or perhaps receive payments that they've been denied, and others, millions of others Americans who unnecessarily will be hurt, perhaps people who depend on the social safety net that we have established and may be torn by this shutdown. And I'm thinking about the millions of Americans, about 24 million in total, 139,000 in Connecticut alone, who will be notified that they can buy health insurance as a result of open enrollment. But what they lack in information is whether or not that health insurance will be affordable, because they have no way of knowing whether it will extend beyond the end of the year, those subsidies that are so essential to their affording health care. And our Republican colleagues, we just heard the senator from Kansas say there's no hurry. Well, Americans can't get sick on Donald Trump's timetable. When people are told there's no hurry if you get sick for medical care, that sounds cruel because it is cruel and it's stupid. People who go without health insurance may lack the health care that can save costs of preventing more serious illness. And those costs eventually are borne by all of us. So this misguided denial of the certainty people need that health care insurance subsidies will be extended beyond the end of the year really affects all of us. Premiums are rising already for all of us by 18% this year alone, because the healthiest people are deciding they're not going to buy health insurance, and insurance companies are predicting they'll have to increase their costs to cover the sicker people who will buy the health insurance because they need it. But the simple fact is, nobody is invincible. All of us need health care. And the Affordable Care Act recognizes that health care in America aspirationally should be a human right. And our failure to provide it to those millions of Americans who will find health care insurance unaffordable is unacceptable. And that's why we are taking this stand, and why America can't wait for Donald Trump to tell them that they are sick enough now to be given this subsidy, which they deserve. I'm here to urge my Republican colleagues to stop rolling over for Donald Trump. Their constituents, as well as ours, are affected by this delay in providing affordable health insurance. For months, we have been calling attention to the need to act now. And this shutdown was avoidable. The path to stopping it was available, and shortening it, assuming it will occur, is still a possibility. If we come together, if Republicans are willing to negotiate, if they come back to town, House Republicans are out of town. They are out of touch with reality. And the way forward is simply bipartisan negotiations, coming together, reaching a solution, as is the way shutdowns have been avoided in the past. The fact is that Donald Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, actually a big, blatant betrayal, along with inaction and avoidance by Republicans, are already wreaking havoc on Americans. In Connecticut, health insurance rates for 2026 have increased by nearly 18%, the largest increase in the last 6 years. Without the subsidies, consumers with ACA coverage will see premium increases in the range of 75%. I have visited with hospitals, community health centers, physicians, and many more who have raised their deep concerns about the impending cuts in Medicaid. The budget bill Republicans passed in July is threatening also Medicaid coverage for 158,000 Connecticut residents. And anyone lucky enough to keep their coverage will see reduced benefits as the state struggles to make up the differences in lost federal revenue. Americans and our health care system simply can't afford to be nickel and dime like Republicans are forcing them to do. The ACA premium tax credits have protected millions of Americans from higher health care costs. They've reduced the number without health care insurance. They've provided robust choices for consumers and provided stability for health care providers, particularly in rural areas, and there are rural areas affected in Connecticut. And in addition to the impending cuts in Medicaid, Republicans are refusing to extend these subsidies. It is cruel, it is unnecessary, it is dumb. So I'm here to advocate for the 139,000 Connecticut residents who depend on these credits and the 24 million Americans who are making decisions about health care insurance coverage right now at their kitchen tables, in their living rooms, in their homes. It should not be a partisan issue. At the end of the day, it's a choice. Do we choose a highly successful solution that has reduced health care costs for the whole nation, or do we allow the clock to run out and raise health care costs for families in every state in this country? That choice can still be made in the next 24 hours, in the next 2 days, to shorten and lessen the pain that will be felt by Americans. I choose to stand with working families. I will fight, and we are unified in our fight as a matter of conscience and conviction. We will not be bullied. Donald Trump should know that we will stand strong for working families in America. They deserve health care. It is about saving health care and holding Donald Trump accountable to follow the law. When there is a budget, when it's passed by Congress and signed by the president, he cannot be allowed to simply ride roughshod over it and disregard it. It is the rule of law and health care that's at stake here, and I will fight for them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Well, we are headed into a miserable situation. It is a miserable situation for all of the federal employees around the globe who are going to be put into shutdown mode. It is a miserable situation for our country as the rest of the world looks at us as the gang that can't get its act together and pass simple funding bills for the government. It is an extraordinarily frustrating moment to be here now. There are very few people for whom this is not a miserable prospect, but there are a few of them, and one of them is OMB Director Russell Vought, who is a strange character who has spent his life in the care and feeding of the fossil fuel industry and big polluters, and who takes a perverse joy in destroying American government from the inside. Mr. President, I see that the Majority Leader has come to the floor, asked unanimous consent that when he is concluded and I pick my remarks back up, my remarks be linked back together as if they had been made without interruption.
Without objection.
With that, I yield the floor to the Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank the Senator from Rhode Island for yielding. I'll be very quick here. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the in-block consideration of the following resolutions, which are at the desk: SRES 427, SRES 428, SRES 429.
Is there an objection to proceeding en bloc? Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and the motions reconsidered be considered made, laid upon the table, all in block.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Judiciary be discharged from further consideration. The Senate now proceed to SRES 396.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 396, condemning the tragic act of violence on September 10, 2025 in Evergreen, Colorado, and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, October the 1st, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today, the morning hour be deemed expired, and the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Morning business be closed, and Senate resume consideration of calendar number 115, S2296.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, for the information of my colleagues, senators should expect 3 votes at 11 a.m. and further votes later in the day. If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of my colleagues.
Without objection. The Senator from Rhode Island.
So there will be misery ahead for most normal people, not counting the weird ones who like inflicting pain and doing damage for the benefit of a bunch of creepy right-wing billionaires who've propped them up their whole lives. And the reason we're here is really twofold. One, as they've shown during the Trump regime, Republicans really don't want to govern. They want to rule. They don't want to talk to Democrats, even where they need our votes. Here they need our votes. And yet, what have we been offered to get those votes? Nothing. Not even discussions. The president only met with the Democratic leaders just yesterday. And he didn't seem to be aware of what was at stake here for the Americans who are about to lose a huge health care benefit. They just go wildly forward. We've seen it over and over again here on the Senate floor. How many times in just the few months that we've been here in this administration have Republicans done the thing that they were furious when we even talked about doing, to overrule the parliamentarian and change the rules to make things easier for themselves rather than negotiate with us? My count is 4 already. 4! And we're only 9 months in. They don't want to govern. They don't want to talk to us. They want to rule. They want to dictate to us. And at the same time, the other reason we're here is that there's this strange Republican fixation with taking health care away from people. I do not understand it. There are lots of Republican constituents who really depend on Medicaid, who really feel great that they're on Medicare, who really have their family budgets made possible by the credits from the Affordable Care Act. It's not like Democrats get the benefit of this. Everybody gets the benefit of this. And yet, what have we been put through just in these months? $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. Already, hospitals and nursing homes and doctors' practices are reeling at what those cuts mean for their financial viability. Medicare, $500 billion in cuts, hidden in the bill in a tricky way so that the cuts come through sequestration and nobody has to own them. They can do a Pontius Pilate hand wash of the cuts. Well, no, we saw what you did. You own it. It's a $500 billion cut to Medicare. And why you would want to do that, I cannot imagine, but that's what you did. And now we have these cuts to people receiving help, paying for their health care under the Affordable Care Act. It's going to be about 40,000 Rhode Islanders. These aren't people who have loads of money. Their premiums are going to, on average, double or better. I mentioned a retired mental health counselor yesterday. She's going to have $477 in added expense every single month because of this. And it all starts now. It all starts happening now. So when we're told, why are we forcing the issue now? It's because now is when the issue is upon us. When we're told, why don't we negotiate later? My question is, why aren't we negotiating now? Why would we believe when we're told that you'll negotiate later on this when you won't negotiate now on this? Now when you need our votes, you won't negotiate on something that you say you'll negotiate later? Why does that make any sense? Why is that even remotely credible? The harm starts now. The negotiations should start now. And frankly, what Democrats are asking for is something you ought to be doing anyway, just to help your own constituents. This shouldn't be hard at all. We should not be here having this conversation. This should have been resolved already, except that the Republican majority wants to rule, not govern, and they have this strange fixation with taking away health care, even from their own constituents. Over and over again, we've seen it. We've seen it with the repeated overrulings of the parliamentarian. We've seen it with the Beautiful for Billionaires bill that got rammed through with a simple majority. We've seen it with the change in the rules to allow 100 nominees to go through at a time under advice and consent. We have seen it with clean air standards that help everyone being repealed over and over and over again. The Republicans take the path that allows them to rule, not to govern, that allows them to ignore the minority party even when they need our votes, even when what we're asking for is in their constituents' interests, even when what we're asking for is something that their constituents want. Even then, we're up against this blockade. So I hope that Republicans come to their senses. I hope that the president realizes what he is doing and that we can put an end to this shutdown as quickly as possible. But let me make this absolutely clear. This is a shutdown that lands entirely at the feet of the Republican Party that controls the Senate, that controls the House, that controls the presidency, that won't negotiate with Democrats even when it needs our votes, and that has an unhealthy fixation with taking away health care from their fellow Americans. I yield the floor.
Madam President,
The senator from Delaware is recognized.
Madam President, I'm asking why we're here. Why we're here on the floor of the Senate as the hours tick down to the end of the federal fiscal year and the shutdown of the federal government. I've served here 15 years. I've seen my share of shutdowns, and I know how much they hurt. How much they hurt the men and women of our military, federal law enforcement, folks who serve and protect our country at home and abroad. And they should not have to wonder when or if they'll get paid. A shutdown isn't good for our reputation abroad and our cohesion at home. I have always worked to find some path, some deal, some way to keep the government open. And I've talked to a dozen colleagues in recent days about this fight and about tonight. This is about health care. This is about my party saying enough is enough. We know that if you have health care, everything else can work itself out. And if you don't have your health, almost nothing else matters. President Trump ran on making America healthy again, on reducing prices, on making life easier for the working people of our country and their families. And instead, what we've seen is decision after decision, action after action by President Trump and the Republicans in Congress that raises prices on health care, on insurance, on drugs, on medications, whether it's the tariffs being imposed on prescription medications or the decision to end subsidies that keep health insurance affordable, or it's laying off thousands of researchers working to help cure pediatric cancer or address ALS or do research into HIV/AIDS, decision after decision that moves us in the wrong direction, that makes us sicker, poorer, and more divided. I'm usually one of the first to walk across the aisle and say, let's find a solution, let's find a way out of this. And I've been doing that in recent days, talking with colleagues. But I can't see a way forward if we can't change direction and together say to the people we serve, we want to help with your health care. We want to stop the cuts to NIH and CDC. We want to reduce the increases in health insurance costs. We want to help you and your family. In my home state of Delaware, emergency room wait times are too long. And as millions of Americans get thrown off of health insurance, they're going to go to the emergency room. And those wait times will get longer and longer for all of us. Next month, we're going to find out how much health insurance premiums go up. For some Americans, they're going to double, but for all of us, they will go up. Healthcare is getting costlier, and Americans are getting sicker. So why am I standing on this floor tonight saying I'm not voting to keep this government open? Because enough is enough. There are ways we can and should work together to change direction, to put on the floor the bipartisan health appropriations bill that'll restore tens of billions of dollars to the NIH and CDC, that'll stop Trump's cuts to American health care and insurance and research. There's a path towards reforming and extending the Affordable Care Act that both parties should agree on. But folks, if you're listening, your member of Congress needs to hear from you, needs to know that you want us to work together to reverse course and end Trump's tragic cuts to health care. If my colleagues don't get those calls, they won't change direction. If they don't change direction, we won't reopen this government. Make no mistake, we have Republicans in control of the House and Senate and the White House. If they want to find a way forward that reduces the harm to Americans and our health care, we can. And I'll be one of the first to extend my hand to find that path. But if we don't change direction, we shouldn't reopen this government, because Americans have taken too many hits already, too much additional cost, too much cuts to health care research, too much increase to health insurance costs. This is a fight about America's health care, and we're fighting for you. Thank you. With that, I yield the floor.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam President, I have 7 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you. Madam President, as my colleague from Delaware just noted, we are here today because Republicans have created a healthcare crisis for millions of Americans. And like the senator from Delaware, I am someone that works across the aisle all the time. I have one of the best records for bipartisan bills, and I think that's an important part of our governing, and that is to find common ground. You don't always pick your neighbors, but you find a way to live next to your neighbors. You find a way to work with them. And what is so unfortunate about what's going on tonight is that didn't happen here. There was no crossing over the fence with some coffee for the neighbors to try to have a meeting, to try to work this out. In fact, it was Senator Schumer and Leader Jeffries that had a request time and time again that got canceled on a meeting with the president. There is still time to continue to negotiate, but not if they're just going to say, hey, this healthcare thing, it's not a problem. Well, maybe we can deal with it in December. First of all, who would believe that when Donald Trump just decides one thing one day or posts something on Truth Social and then everyone changes what they agreed to, which has happened time and time again. So that's one reason it's not reality unless he's at the table. Number 2, it's not reality because this is not a December problem. This is not a January problem. This is a now problem. November 1st, that's when people start re-enrolling. Whole bunch of small businesses, 20 million people, more than a quarter of the farmers in this country who are already facing, as one of my farmers said to me last week, a perfect storm of ugly. That's about the tariffs, that's about their input costs with fertilizer, and that's about their personal health care costs. A perfect storm of ugly. When you're in a big storm in Minnesota, you don't just go outside and hold an umbrella and think maybe it'll go away. You do something about it then. You take cover then. You help people take cover then. That's not what they're doing with this vote tonight. We have a bill that would help millions of Americans sleep easier. We're still dealing with the tariffs. We're still going to push on that, which has led to all of these grocery cost increases. We see what's happening with the electricity cost increase. Costs are up, chaos is up, and corruption is up. But there is one thing we can do, and that's one of the biggest cost drivers when we look at inflation, and that is health care. So let's start with how we got here. We know that over 110 million Americans depend on Medicare and Medicaid. 110 million. These programs cover everything from hospital visits to life-saving prescriptions to the long-term care that allows seniors to remain in their homes. And these programs, along with Social Security and SNAP, which is the nutrition program, have driven poverty among seniors for years to record lows. Best poverty-fighting program there is, Medicare, Medicaid. But the budget that congressional Republicans passed earlier this summer without our votes, again, didn't listen to us, makes the biggest cut in history to Medicare and Medicaid. That's right, the biggest cut in history, while all these other costs are going up. Their budget cut Medicaid by over $1 trillion and will trigger more than $500 billion in Medicare cuts. How does that happen? Because they didn't put, well, the debt is so high from that bill because of the $1 trillion in tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans and the $1 trillion in tax cuts and giveaways for corporations, that it actually automatically triggered $500 billion in Medicare cuts on hospitals. So when we go, as we did, our members on the Democratic side last week, and met with people in hospitals and patients and doctors and nurses, we heard about that. We heard about the 15 million Americans that are going to get shoved off their health care. But the one thing they could have done, and they voted against it once, but we know behind closed doors they're very interested in doing something about this, it is the tax credits to help people afford their health insurance. Without these tax credits, more than 20 million Americans will see their premiums skyrocket. Kaiser study just today came out. Double the premiums, double the premiums. That's why one of my hospitals told me, look, of course Medicaid hits us hard, of course Medicare does, but so many of our patients and the people who visit our clinic are on MNsure, that's the Affordable Care Act plan in my state, that if this happens, a whole bunch of them won't be able to afford it. Then they're going to show up in our emergency rooms, they're going to show up without insurance, they're not going to get the surgeries that they need, and they're not going to do their doctor's visits. That's why you've seen some Republicans, some overtly saying, we've got to do something about this. They shouldn't be talking about off-ramps. They should be talking about how to get their constituents off a cliff. Earlier this year, we marked the 60th anniversary of Medicare and Medicaid. As we look back at this monumental achievement, we should be strengthening health care in this country, not undermining it. We made progress, right? Capping out-of-pocket costs, passing my bill to allow Medicare to finally negotiate for better prices, making health care more affordable. But we should be building on that progress because the status quo is not okay for people right now. We should be building on that progress by making improvements to these programs, not making them harder. So we are calling on our Republican colleagues to pass our bill. And if they can bring themselves to do that, or at least to sit in a room and negotiate and actually get this done, the president prides himself in the art of the deal, well, show us the deal. Don't say you don't need our votes, because you just found out tonight that you do. They need our colleagues to stop taking cues from a guy who, after a meeting about one of the most important moments in his presidency, puts out a deep fake video, offensive, making fun of the leaders. Who does that? What other president has done something like that when they're actually in a negotiation? This isn't political theater. These are real people, like the woman at Senator Shaheen's spotlight hearing today, who was from Maine, and she is going to talk to her doctor, literally met with her doctor to say, okay, I can't afford these increases, so how do I manage to ration my medication for MS? And the doctor said, it doesn't work like that. The pressure will build in your brain. Well, I hope the pressure from the public, when they see what's going on, is going to build. And we're starting to see it all over the country right now. This is not the time to just accept the status quo and say we can't do anything about it while our constituents are going off that premium cliff. So maybe the president needs to get out and talk to that farmer whose soybean market has dried up. Now he's not going to be able to afford his health insurance, and see that perfect storm of ugly. He's not going to meet those people on the golf course in Mar-a-Lago. I can tell you that right now. He needs to get out there. And it's time to start taking cues and listen to real people and not memes and not fake deep fake videos. This is not a joke. Our bill is a path forward, and we ask them to come to the table and negotiate with us. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam President, I rise today because I literally just about 2 minutes ago finished a telephone town hall with over 5,000 people back home in New Jersey that joined up to try to figure out what in the world is happening to our government right now when they see just this abdication of leadership from the White House to leadership here in Congress to step up right now at a time of need. Thousands of people from across New Jersey that had called in worried about how this shutdown is going to affect their lives, how the healthcare costs that they are going to be experiencing are going to reshape their ability to be able to deliver care for those that need care the most. The simple story is they're scared. The people I talked to, they were nervous about what comes next. And frankly, they're pissed off about this. They know that this is not how a government should function. They know that, yes, we need to be able to step up and have negotiations, but how can you have negotiations when one chamber of this Congress isn't even showing up to work this week? That's right. When I told them about how Speaker Johnson didn't even bring the House of Representatives to work this week, even though they were supposed to, they were furious. If we're going to ask public servants to show up to work tomorrow, if we're going to ask our military to show up to work tomorrow without getting paid, the least that our Republicans in the House of Representatives can do is show up to work here. We should be furious about this. It's an abdication of leadership. It is a dereliction of duty. It is one of the most shameful things that I've seen in terms of just giving up on something that is so important, is going to have so much impact on so many people across this country. What I heard is they want us to be the adults in the room, to sit together, to be able to have the kind of dialogue. But instead, what we see is just this posturing and back and forth from Donald Trump, from leadership on the Republican side that hold the gavels here. And yes, the Republicans control the White House, they control the Senate, they control the House of Representatives, and the American people know that, and they know who is at fault for where we stand right now, that we are all about 3 hours away from a government shutdown. And this is something that I take personally. As someone who worked as a career civil servant before, I told my constituents today how I worked as a civil servant. I worked through multiple shutdowns before. Of course, I don't want to see us get to this place, and this should be an absolute last resort. But again, when they're not even bothering to show up to work, we know where their priorities land, that they have been moving towards this and barreling our country towards this for a long time now. So my constituents have every bit a right to be feeling pissed off about this. Because after we were already going through this in March, they see government once again not working for them. And they're right. Where have the attempts been over the past few months to work together to avoid this scenario? And again, it's not just about process. I don't want people to think that this is just some tug of war, that this is just some battle for political power, that this is just some challenge between political parties for who has the momentum on their side. There's real struggle. And I heard that on this town hall. We had people like Letitia from Camden who said that with the prices so high, quote, every choice feels like a sacrifice and the stress is constant. It's affecting how they're able to hold up and how they feel when they wake up every morning, what keeps them up at night. Still, she remains determined to advocate for families like hers who deserve stability, dignity, and hope. Or an urgent call from Barbara, who begged us not to back down from this fight. Laura from Brick, who called and urged Democrats not to back down from this fight, and being able to say how concerned she was for just regular citizens to be able to make things easier for everyone impacted. She was asking, how can she help? She's asking, how can she help those that are struggling from the shutdown? She frankly wants to do more than what Speaker Johnson is doing on the other side of this building. Or people like Mick from Toms River, who although was trying to be an informed citizen and learn what was going on, was having trouble figuring out fact from fiction regarding this budget because it's just the sheer amount of disinformation and lies that we see out there in political rhetoric. Lies that are blatantly trying to smear and make it difficult for the American people to understand what's at stake. So yes, when we hear the Speaker of the House talking about how this funding, that this is Democrats that are trying to cut resources from FEMA or make it harder for people to get care through the WIC program for women, infants, and children. Well, look, it's just deception. Because what we already know is that that reconciliation bill that was passed, this is something that is estimated to potentially affect 3 million people, preventing them from getting care through the WIC program already. 3 million out of 8 million that get care now. So who is it that's actually hurting people's ability to get those services? And FEMA? Are you kidding me? I literally heard it out of the mouth of the president and the Homeland Security Secretary that they want to abolish FEMA. And here we are hearing it from the speaker, making it seem like the blame is over here. These are things these are issues that people understand, like Jody from Manchester, who is concerned that with all the rising prices, that she'll have to choose between being able to afford food or medicine, because costs are simply too high for her to be able to afford both. No one in this country, the richest, most powerful country in the world, should ever have to make that kind of trade-off. Yet we see right now, we're on the cusp of it, not just 3 hours away from a shutdown, but over the course of tomorrow and the coming days, Americans all over this country will be getting their new bills when it comes to health care. And we see that tens of millions of them will have to pay more, possibly double what they're already paying. Over 4.5 million Americans to lose their care, including many in New Jersey. That is a catastrophe that we see coming. We knew it was coming, and we were trying to take action to be able to address that. And what happened? Kicking the can down the road. When does open enrollment start when it comes to healthcare? Starts in November. So what good is it if we punt towards Thanksgiving, which is what this body tried to do? They need solutions now. They need answers now. And they're not getting it, and they're certainly not seeing anything that resembles leadership in this country right now. So yes, when I'm hearing from Lorena from Forked River, who says that, literally could lose her current health insurance if the ACA premiums go away, that's what we're fighting for. That's what I hope people see over the coming period as this continues on. Because I know it's so easy to make it feels like, again, it's just completely detached. And often it really seems that way. It feels like people here in the Senate, here in Congress, at the White House, that we're playing with other people's chips, that we don't feel it ourselves. I have to say, I found it disgusting when I learned in 2019 and I came into Congress that the president and members of Congress get paid during the shutdown, that they continue to get their salary while service members in our military and other public servants do not, even though they are showing up to do the work. We should not be held to a different standard. We should not be in a place where it seems like we're above the rest. Because that's exactly what the rest of the American people believe. They believe that we think that we're above the law, that we don't have to obey it, that we don't have to follow the rules that other people do, and that's why they are losing trust in this government. And I can tell you, come midnight today, they have every bit reason to believe that, because we have failed to ability to be able to deliver for so many people. We had Lucinda from Whiting write in telling us, begging us to hold the line when it comes to fighting for health care, because in her words, quote, "I definitely cannot afford my ACA insurance without the advanced premium tax credits. If costs go up and health care gets more expensive, I will have to go without insurance and not go to the doctor." These are just a fraction of the thousands of calls and emails and outreach that we've received. We asked people to share their stories. We got over 3,500 stories back just this week about people's concerns about what's happening with this shutdown and losing health care. And we need to recognize that a president who can't even be bothered to learn about the hurt that is being put forward by his own party when it comes to our health care, that our bill is not one that is looking out for them. We need leaders who understand what is going on. We need leaders who care about the people they are supposed to be leading. We need leaders who will actually be the adults in the room. And yes, so I rise today to make that promise to New Jersey and to the American people that I will keep fighting for you and fight with you as we go through this. And we're going through uncertain times. We're entering unprecedented times. And I know that it's a lot for everyone. But again, we remember why we fight here. That while I'm giving this speech, I'm worried about the care that my father's getting, and my father's health is declining rapidly. Every single one of us knows what it's like to have a loved one struggling when it comes to their care. And I know everyone knows that experience of saying that we would try to move heaven and earth to be able to make sure that they get the care that they need in their time of greatest need? And how can I, when I stand by thinking about 4.5 million Americans, including many in my state, losing health care, making it harder for them to be able to deliver for their family, how can I say that this is a time to roll over, that this is a time to stand down? No. We draw the line here. We fight for your health care. We fight for your lives, your ability to deliver for your loved ones, and to be able to stand up together and say, this is not how our government should work. This is not how our democracy should function. We deserve better. The American people deserve better, and that's what we're going to fight for. We're going to fight for better. With that, I yield back the floor.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
kind of simply what we do. We try to avoid government shutdowns because they tend to be disruptive, and everybody knows that. In fact, you can go through a long list of quotes, and I'll just give you a few, give you a frame of reference. In 2023, the Democrat leader called a shutdown, and I quote, avoidable, irresponsible, and deeply damaging, end quote. And noted that a shutdown would cause, and I quote again, disruptions for millions of New Yorkers to services they rely on, while thousands of federal workers could be furloughed, end quote. In 2019, during the midst of a government shutdown, the senior Democrat senator from Hawaii stated, and I quote, while rich people are protected, this shutdown leaves the people who are most vulnerable to fend for themselves, end quote. In 2023, the senior Democrat from Massachusetts, who has been one of the biggest voices in support of a shutdown this time around, had this to say, and I quote, okay, so let's start with how much pain a government shutdown is going to cause us right here in Massachusetts. We have about 25,000 federal workers in Massachusetts. These are public servants, just trying to do their jobs, trying to help people. They have mortgages, they have child care bills, they got to put gas in the tank and food on the table, and they're not going to get their paychecks, end quote. Well, that's a sampling, Mr. President. This is an endless video loop of...
For the years to come, we borrow our heartbeats from you. Because of you, we live and move and breathe and have our being. Be merciful to us, O God, because of your constant love, because of your great mercy. During this time of legislative stalemate, help our lawmakers to test all things by their own consciences, seeking to do right as you give them the ability to see it. In these best and worst of times, strengthen our weakness, replacing doubt with faith and fear with courage. We pray in your awesome name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of S-2296, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 115, S-2296, a bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense and so forth and further purposes.
The great senator from Iowa is recognized.
2 days ago, I spoke about the potential shutdown of government. I'm going to repeat what I said then, but the shutdown of government is now a fact. I said it costs money to shut the government down, costs money to open the government up. The government's supposed to be a service to the American people, protect the American people, and you can't do either if the government is not functioning. Now, you heard the chaplain speaking about prayer and the government shutdown. Prayer's in order for almost anything. But if common sense would prevail here in the United States Senate, 100 senators would take care of this issue with or without prayer. On the other hand, if people want to pray for the opening of government and the serving of people, that's perfectly appropriate, and hopefully it works. But all 100 of us senators ought to be ashamed that the government is in shutdown. It affects the Congress of the United States, and each of our staffs will not be paid during this period of time, and I'll bet each senator will expect their staffs to be on duty since Senate's going to be in session. So we should think about the people we're hurting, and particularly Democrats that want to seem to speak more for federal workers now on furlough, not being paid, ought to think about their support for them that's voiced almost every day, and the harm that's being come because this is the Democrats shutting down the government. 13 times during the Biden administration, they voted for a clean continuing resolution, and this is exactly what we're asking to vote for this time. Now, I come to the floor once again to speak about the agricultural economy and trade and tariffs in this particular instance today. You've heard me talk about the high input costs that farmers are facing. I concluded my remarks 2 days ago by saying farmers need immediate relief. And this is especially true if it's the federal government's action that has caused the economic hardships. And I'm going to speak about some of that federal government action. It happens that fertilizer is one of the largest expenses in growing crops. Most fertilizers used in the United States is imported. The tariffs on fertilizers has sent shockwaves throughout the supply chain. Most often, those waves come crashing down on the farmers who bear the brunt of increased cost of fertilizer. Tariffs not only cause farmers to pay more for their inputs, but they have also seen tariffs reduce markets for U.S. farm products. Last week, when the Argentinians reduced export tariffs, they sold $7 billion worth of soybeans in just a few days to China. It happens that China has not bought a single one of American soybeans this year, and that's why farmers are losing $2 a bushel on soybeans. Taking away tariffs on ag inputs and striking meaningful deals to open markets would send immediate signals to the ag economy, helping farmers' bottom lines. Yesterday, former Senator David Perdue, now ambassador to China, visited the United States Senate, and I had the opportunity to express my views about the situation with China not buying soybeans. He says he hears it the number one issue when it comes to talking about trade negotiations with China. He also mentioned something that I think I need to bring it to attention because it's something that China promised to do in 2019. It was something that Trump, in his first term, negotiated with China, that they had to buy a certain amount of agricultural products from the United States. And during the period of time that Trump was president, they filled about 2/3 of that agreement. But the Biden administration came into power and didn't follow up on the enforcement of that 2019 Trump agreement with China to buy agricultural products. So besides hoping that Trump makes a quick deal with China, settles our trade disputes so they'll buy soybeans, I hope that maybe President Trump today can follow up on the shortcomings of the Biden administration not enforcing that 2019 agreement with China. I yield the floor. Suggests the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Mr. President,
The Democrat leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, today's October 1st, the first full day of Donald Trump's government shutdown. Donald Trump and Republicans have barreled us into a shutdown because they refuse to protect Americans' health care. It's clear that the way out of this shutdown is to sit down and negotiate with Democrats to address the looming health care crisis that faces tens of millions of American families. Democrats want to avert this crisis, but Republicans tried to bully us, and it's clear they can't. They don't have the votes. The way out of this is for Republicans to finally roll up their sleeves and get to work. Republicans need to get serious and start actually addressing the looming crisis and reopen the government. Now, why has all of this happened? Why are we here on October 1st? Because Republicans have tried to stick us with a partisan CR that fails to protect Americans' health care and does nothing to fix the health care mess that they created. It has now failed twice to get enough votes in this chamber. So Republicans need to negotiate with us. And Speaker Johnson's got to get his people here. If anyone wanted evidence as to who wanted this shutdown, just look at the fact that Johnson does not even have the House in session. When Democrats had the White House, the Senate, and the House, when Democrats had the majority in this chamber, when I was majority leader, we never had one shutdown in 4 years, not one. You know why? Because we worked with our Republican colleagues to find a way to keep the government funded. We did this 13 times, as Leader Thune likes to remind everyone. That's a lot of bipartisan negotiation, but not this time, not so today. Republicans need to negotiate. Today is October 1st, and that means something else is happening today. Americans throughout the country are opening their mailboxes and finding letters in there telling them that their health insurance is about to go way, way, way up. The other day, we thought it was about $400 a month that the average American family would pay more in insurance premiums. But it turns out it's even worse than that. A Kaiser report, a nonpartisan, well-respected Kaiser report from yesterday says it's on average of $1,000 a month, and God forbid, even much more for so many Americans. Healthcare premiums, because of what the Republicans have done, is going up 114% a year on average. The average premium is going to more than double. What's the average American family supposed to do with that? What happens on Friday night when the family sits around the kitchen table and says, how are we going to pay the bills, when they see that their insurance could be $1,000 more a month? Health insurance, vital to the parents, the children of the family. What are they going to do? The average American can't afford $1,000 a month or even $400 a month without cutting back on their health care or cutting back on something else that's vital. You know, Mr. President, Americans are saying the number one issue is cost. They now rate Donald Trump worse on costs than they rated Joe Biden, and he didn't have very good ratings. It's the tariffs. It's the change in electricity costs because of what they've done with the cheapest and cleanest source of energy and putting electrons on the grid, which is solar. They got rid of it in their fanatical hatred of clean energy, and now they're putting money into coal. It's incredible. Because of costs of groceries, of meat. But the number one increase in cost now, on October 1st, is health care costs. And the average American is going to say, what the heck happened here? And we Democrats are going to be there every day, every hour. Senate, House, groups that care about health care, hospital groups, health care groups, research groups, and letting them know this didn't have to happen. It happened because our Republican colleagues wanted to give tax breaks to billionaires and cut their health care. It's incredible. It is incredible. 3 times we asked our Republican colleagues to extend the ACA tax credit. 3 times they voted no. Well, it's not too late. They could change. When I met with the president, he seemed not to know the magnitude of the crisis, and he said, oh, this is going to hurt me. Well, it sure will. But it's going to hurt every American. What's motivating Democrats, what's motivating me, is simply to take this burden off the shoulders of tens of millions of American families who struggle each week to pay the bills, and they don't need this huge increase in something as vital as health insurance. And the Republicans sort of know this. So what do? They make up lies, absolute lies. They say, oh, what they're fighting to do is prevent, they could say, illegal immigrants from getting federal health care dollars. That is a damn lie. Not $1 of Medicare, Medicaid, or ACA is allowed to go to undocumented immigrants, not $1. So why do they keep saying this? This seems to be their theme, because they're afraid to talk about the real issue. It's typical Republican response. Have a diversion, try to scare people emotionally. But I'll tell you, to the average American family, that $1,000 a month increase or that $400 a month increase on their health care bills means a lot more than political crap put in the air, lies by our Republican colleagues. So I was very glad this morning that some of the commentators on TV said that. When they say that undocumented immigrants are going to get this money, it's a lie, plain and simple. It's a lie so lazy and so outlandish it's easy to rebut. But again, let me be clear. Undocumented people cannot and will not receive premium tax credit by law. The federal government does not fund federal health insurance for undocumented immigrants in Medicaid or Medicare, period, full stop. So they don't care. Why? Because they know the American people are on our side, and they know they're going to get angrier and angrier starting today when they see these health care bills. Listen to this poll. A Kaiser Family Foundation poll found a whopping 75% of Americans support extending the ACA premium tax credit, including 63% of Republicans. When our Republican Senate and House colleagues go around their communities, of course, the House isn't even here this week, as I mentioned, they're going to hear it in the barbershops, in the restaurants, in the diners, and at the Little Leagues, and at the Veterans Halls, because it's so shocking people are going to be talking about it. They'll see. And we Democrats are going to be there relentlessly letting people know why it happened. Because our Republican colleagues did not want to help us out of this crisis. Instead, they wanted to give the dollars to billionaires. President Trump calls what the Democrats want radical. President Trump, it is not radical to say Americans deserve lower health care premiums. It is not radical to say we want to prevent the average American family from getting these huge increases, those on ACA, $1,000 a month. When Democrats say we want to work with Republicans to lower premiums, to strengthen health care, all we are doing is reflecting what the American people already want. Nothing more, nothing less. They want us to sit down and negotiate something real that takes this huge, huge burden off their shoulders. And Donald Trump, instead of acting like an adult, he's the most immature president we have ever had. Instead of doing something to stop the health care crisis, is threatening to hurt countless hardworking Americans. Let me repeat the quote Donald Trump said yesterday. We can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible. They're bad for them and irreversible, like cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things they like, cutting programs they like. Donald Trump says it loud and clear. That's one thing about him. He is using the American people as pawns, threatening pain on the country as blackmail. Well, that's not going to work. The American people, it's so easy to see through those tactics. They know this is the Trump shutdown. They know Republicans control the presidency, the Senate, and the House. And what is done during the shutdown will fall squarely on the Republicans' back. Donald Trump even says it. He says he is going to close down all these things people want. It's going to fall right on his back. The American people will know who's doing it, and he's going to have to recoil from it, just as they have done so many cuts already, even before October 1st. And they had to back off on many of them, some because of the courts, but some because of public outcry, such as the huge cutbacks they made in the VA. Well, Democrats' positions hasn't changed. We're willing, ready, and able to negotiate. We're ready to reopen the government today. We've made our position clear about how to move forward. Surely, we can come together and agree we need to fix health care, and that needs to happen now, as people are getting these incredible increases. And within a few weeks, they're going to have to say what new health care, if they'll even keep their health care or have to cut it back or do something else that hurts them because they don't have the money. If Republicans work with us and fix America's health care crisis, the shutdown could go away very quickly. And that's what Democrats want, to end this now, fix health care now. It's the right thing to do for the American people. We urge our Republican colleagues, we urge President Trump to take yes for an answer. Yield the floor.